And the happiest of Giving Tuesdays to everyone. Welcome. Today is a very special day. NHPPA is with you live doing the NHPPA show, but with special guests and a special cause throughout the show. You're going to see this little screen over here. And we've set a goal for today of $5,000. And you see, just in the time since we've announced this show, we're 27% of the way there. Just a little bit to go, and if everybody that watches tonight throws a little bit into the pot, we'll be that much closer to ensuring health freedom for Canadians. Thank you very much. As you join tonight, let us know where you're joining from. I'll post that on the screen while we're talking. With that, I throw it over to you, Shawn.
Thanks, Jason, and really, really pleased to be here and excited to have everyone that's joining us. Unless you've been sleeping in a cave for the last couple of months, you know that we undertook the biggest thing we've ever done, this health charter tour, where we literally started in Victoria holding an event there, and then we drove to Vancouver and Aldergrove and Kelowna and Kamloops and Grand Prairie and Edmonton. It goes on. We actually had 25 significant live in-person events across Canada. It wasn't just us going from the West Coast. There were events in Charlottetown and Fredericton. There was an event in Quebec City and Montreal, a different group traveling from Quebec, headed by Marie-Lise. And then also Jason Dahl on this call had an event in Whitehorse. So we included the territories there, and it was quite spectacular, but it's changed all of us. You know, it's funny, we have conversations by ourselves. You know, we've had some meetings since to debrief on what's going on. I think some of us will share today. I can tell you it, in the preparation, because it was truly an impossible task. And, you know, maybe later on in the show, I'll share 3 things that, you know, led me to totally understand that God was completely involved in this. But it was an overly ambitious task. It was literally impossible. We had about 6 weeks to arrange all of these in-person events with volunteers, all organized by volunteers. We were going to be broadcasting for, I think we'd ended up 20 days during the day. And yes, we'd have a small live section at the beginning and you know, a live event at the end, but in the middle we had to pre-record those. And the amount of work was just phenomenal. The behind the scenes technical work that Jason and Eric had to do, all the coordination by Teresa. And yet it happened, and it changed us. So what happened for me and we'll bring Jason and Jill up in a second, but it just made me understand. I'll go into a little more detail later. It made me understand just how important this is, just how much suffering is out there. I knew that our access to natural products was life and death before. I knew that. I'd experienced that before, but I truly underestimated how much suffering is out there because people don't know that that there are actually cures to things that they're told are incurable in the mainstream system, that many people are suffering so much and so terribly, and they don't have to. So I'm more motivated than ever. I think I have PTSD from what I've learned, but very motivated. So just really glad to have everyone here on the show joining us. We want to have a little bit of fun with this show, and just excited to be sharing with you and bring our guests on. So I think Jason, we should bring our guests on. I think one of our guests, Jill, is under a short fuse.
I think everybody is.
Yeah. So my understanding, Jill, is you've only got 7 or 8 hours to give us on this 24-hour marathon. I'm just kidding. You're here for a short time. And Jason, you've got about an hour, right?
Yeah, almost an hour.
Okay, so because of that, I'm gonna introduce both of you guys, but then I'm gonna drill into your story a little bit first. And do you guys know each other? Because you guys are both you're kind of like health champions on different parts of the country. So
Wow.
Jason, do you want to introduce, like, Jason's just a champion. He's a giant out there for health freedom, and you have been forever. Just so everyone knows, I met Jason, I bet you it's like 2002, 2003. We were both witnesses at the Standing Committee of Health in Centre Block in Parliament. Didn't know who each other were, and we've been friends ever since. Jason, do you want to share your story a little bit? Just briefly, we'll get back to it a little quicker, but I just want Jill to know who you are.
Yeah, so basically we started a company, never intending to start a company. It was all about, the results of a product. That was our recovery product. And we were just super excited, spreading out the results with animals and with people with serious conditions of inflammation, pain, long-standing conditions. So everything was about excitement. And we're from a small community on Vancouver Island, just out Duncan, Cowichan Valley. So it's like, this is unbelievable. And then all of a sudden, I guess radio shows went across from Ottawa into the States, and then started the whole process of Health Canada coming down on us and calling us a drug, because there was no different regulatory framework. It's either drug or food. And they used the semantics of we're a drug and made everybody think that we put drugs in our product. That's what all the media blitz, they did 2 10-minute shows on Health Matters, CBC Health Matters, called Recovery the Drug Continued. Everything was, I don't know what's going on. So I basically had the people in our company, because I go off the cuff a lot, I don't care, is that they thought I should get some PR work done so that they could train me how I should or shouldn't talk, because CBC will turn everything around. And I never knew that about anything. I just believed in Canada, the news, everything. And anyway, I did that. I wish I never did that, because I would just say how I felt. They still twist stuff around. So you must as well say, this is wrong. What you're doing is wrong. You're making people think that we're putting a drug in our product. That's wrong. And I'm all about the just thing in philosophy and everything. So basically, we went through this horrible nightmare, long story short, where they came in, they seized all of our product. They brought the RCMP with them. People were fleeing our building like bugs because they're so scared of what they came in, under their desks hiding. And just 2 of us left. This fellow named Rod Sutteroff, he's in Natural Factors. We remained and went against them, not against them, but just trying to say, what are you doing? And say, we need to release this product to the States. You have no jurisdiction. And they started saying, don't be so formal. Don't get worried about it. And then that's when Rod stepped up and said, what do you mean formal? This is people's mortgages, livelihoods. Then we ended up from that going through a 6-year court battle. That's where I ended up really meeting Shawn, because then we went in the court battle. It was horrible. Shawn can fill different things that happened, but I learned a lot about government and what actually government is. I learned a lot about the news and what the news is not and what it is, and that like an arm. And then I feel like I think they thought they didn't realize that I'm like a mosquito. I'm just going to keep on you. And so
Jason, we're going to go into that in a little more detail. But I just wanted Jill to have an idea who you were. And then, Jill, do you want to share kind of what your story is? And not just, Jill's father, Coach, is deceased now, but he's probably, still the biggest champion of the health charter ever. I still have health charter paraphernalia, like a baseball hat that he gave me. And he was really instrumental in getting the word out. But your family had a story that kind of led all of you to become really, really big on natural health products.
Yes, absolutely. Great to be here with you, Shawn. And Jason, what an incredible story. And I look forward to hearing the rest of it later. We're standing on the shoulders of giants, really. And we're so grateful for the work that NHPPA is doing and all the people who've been pioneering the path of natural health and wellness. So I work in that field myself. I do something called brain fitness. And it's about using the body we have to get the brain we want. And part of that is the proper fuel. Now, I'm really grateful. I grew up in a family where my mom was conscientious about what we ate. She took us to the health food store. We were exposed to natural ways, even chiropractors when we were in public school. So, and this seemed to be ahead of its time. What ultimately happened, though, is later on, decades later, my mom started to experience a story that is universal to many people. And although her story is unique to her, many people can relate. And it's the story of chronic degenerative disease. And what had been happening for her was she was just starting to notice, she was in her late 50s, first of all, and she just started to know she wasn't feeling the same, and she was starting to have some health concerns. That consisted of things like the dentist said she needed to see a periodontist because her gums were receding, and she was starting to have teeth issues. She was gaining weight. Her hair was coming in faster in a grayer color and thinning. She started to get age spots and bruises that wouldn't go away. Varicose veins were appearing. She was just more tired. She didn't have the same energy she used to have. The biggest issue probably, though, was the aches and pains that started to get worse to the point where it would affect her mobility and it would wake her up in the middle of the night. So it was affecting her quality of sleep. So I'm sure listing those issues, people can relate to many of them as they're aging. The thing is, being only in her late 50s, she felt that this was premature. And so she went to her family doctor to see what could be done, because she thought, this doesn't make sense. Like, my body is literally falling apart here, it looks like, and I need to get something to address the pain that I'm dealing with, but also to, to manage these issues that she was having. And ultimately the response from the family doctor was, Helen, these are just the signs of aging. There's nothing you can do. Just accept it. And I will, however, give you a prescription for rheumatoid arthritis, because you have the early stages of that disease. So we need to manage the pain for you. So that was like all that was given. And when she left, she was very disheartened, because she thought, what about attending to the actual problems? Like, all I'm going to be doing is masking a symptom, pain, and I'm going to let my body to continue to deteriorate. Like, what's that about? And so she's very frustrated and concerned. And so she decided that she wouldn't fulfill her prescription. Instead, she was going to look into other options. And I like to use the saying, when the student is ready, the teacher appears. Because not too long after, she was watching television, and thankfully they were airing on breakfast television a doctor who was doing a media tour at the time, sharing his book called Let's Play Doctor. And it was describing and outlining chronic degenerative disease and what you need to do to reverse and heal those issues and build your body back to become stronger and healthier again. And she was glued to the television, because when he described these issues that she was dealing with, these symptoms, she was like, I'm a textbook case of chronic degenerative disease. And I figured, like, in her heart of hearts, she knew there was something that could be done, but it wasn't until she heard him speak and he had the solution. So she called me right after and said, Jill, I need to meet this doctor who was on breakfast television. He's a veterinarian, a primary care physician, a sought after pathologist, done thousands and thousands of autopsies on animals.
Jill, can I just stop you, because I don't want you to ruin the fun part of the story.
Oh, okay, sure.
Before you go to that, and I'm deliberately interrupting you, can you switch to kind of like what you were doing at the time, and about a guest that you had lined up? Because
yes, that's right.
I don't believe in coincidences, so
yeah.
And I think it's too fun not to tell that part of the story.
It really is. And thank you for jumping in. And so this is a segue point to that, actually, because when she was listening to him and she was glued to the television, she didn't want to leave and write down a name or anything. So she calls me up, basically just saying, Jill, can you help me find this doctor? I think it's Dr. Wallach. I think something about playing doctor. Like, she wasn't sure, but she had an idea. And I said, well, tell me more. What was he talking about? And as she told me, I said, well, Mom, I can do more than just find him for you. I can introduce you to him because at the time, Shawn, I was hosting and producing a wellness TV show for Aurora Cable, and I was sourcing guests all the time to interview on the program. And it was actually someone from our viewership who recommended Dr. Wallach, and they knew he was going to be in town doing a media tour and made that connection. So he was going to be a guest on my show just a few days later after my mom had seen him on breakfast television. So what a unbelievable serendipitous occurence, because just days later, she actually showed up at the green room. They sat down and had a chat. She explained her symptoms, and he said, Helen, you're a classic case of your body's breaking down, and all you need to do is rebuild it. And he gave her the recipe for achieving that, which included changing part of her diet, making some dietary changes, and of course, supplementing with something that he called the 90 essential nutrients, because they are the essential micronutrients that our cells require to function, for structure, for function, for health, and for optimization. And within weeks after following his advice, she started to feel better. Within months, she started to reverse her symptoms. And basically by, years in, she was just feeling herself again. People were commenting, you look great, Helen. Her dentist said, no need to see the periodontist. You must be flossing a lot because your teeth look great. The pain had gone away. She never fulfilled the prescription. And now this is many years later. This is almost 25 years later. She's 83 now, and she has never been on a prescription drug.
Yep.
And
25 years later, and she was at the Barrie event. So, and she was looking pretty good.
Are you talking about Joel Wallach, Dead Doctors Don't Lie?
Yes, exactly.
That's a great title. I'll never forget that one.
Yeah, it's memorable. And he's written many books, hundreds of research papers. His wife is a Chinese medical doctor, microsurgeon. So between them, they cover so many facets of health. And his story is a wonderful story as well, if we had time to share that. But basically, he realized his own health was declining as a youngster. And he went to the library as a researcher at a young age and found a nurse's manual that talked about deficiencies. And so he came home to his farm in Missouri where they had livestock and animal pellets. And he realized that these animal pellets were basically the same thing this woman was describing, this nurse was describing. And he started eating them. And his mother was like, Joel, you can't be doing that. And his father says, let him eat them. There's nothing wrong with them. It won't hurt him. Maybe it will help. And lo and behold, he started getting better. So right from the horse's mouth, he was able to share his story. That led him on a path to becoming a veterinarian. He really focused on studying the soil. And that's where he became very well versed in the whole mineral side of things, and that, minerals are essential to health. And basically they don't occur, over a blanket over the earth. They occur in ripples and veins, and you need to ensure you're getting the right amount. And so you have to supplement in order for that to happen. Because if we don't get it from our food, which is grown in the soil, if the soils deplete, we're not going to get it in our body. So anyway, he went on to become a veterinarian, and then ultimately he wanted to work with humans as a primary care physician and a naturopathic doctor.
We have the equine division in our company. It ties into what you said. Is a lot of people maybe don't realize that the veterinarians are often much more well versed in nutrition, because that's part of the issue. Like, for instance, on the coast, we have selenium deficiencies. Basically, everybody knows they need to give their horses selenium, but we don't give ourselves selenium, and we are in the same zones, and it causes heart issues and inflammatory issues, immune issues. So yeah, I feel like it's a wonderful thing to be able to follow, like you said, different veterinarians and all the research that they've done, and then start looking at, well, why wouldn't I do that? It doesn't make sense not to.
Oh,
Well,
absolutely.
This is the crazy thing. So you're both talking about veterinary. In the animal field, their goal is optimum health. How do we get the animals as healthy as they possibly can be? And so they know the nutrition, where in the human field, we're limited by law to basically amounts that are going to keep us chronically sick.
Absolutely.
And, you'd think we'd have it backwards. And you guys have both seen people totally turned around with just nutrition.
Yes.
Well, you see, what you said too, is the equine side of sport is huge, because they have the horses to win, and they're expensive. So they want to make sure they live a long time. And then same as athletes in the human side, they know a lot more about nutrition because they're trying to win. And so they all supplement. If you don't supplement and you're an athlete, or on the equine or the human side, you're at a disadvantage of an exact same athlete, the same kind of quality. You have a huge advantage. So why wouldn't we look at that? Yeah, exactly what you said. It's more like, if you're not looked at as something that can win, I don't care about you. I just care about you taking minimum. Maybe you'll stay sick and I make lots of money.
Yes. Oh, that is such a good point. You're right. There's only select facets or demographics in society who tend to study this, because we're not taught it in school. Yep. And Doc Wallach, he had the benefit of growing up on a farm. They had to keep their livestock healthy. And then later he worked in zoos. Well, you can't have sick zoo animals. You got to keep them healthy. Yep. So they're being fed all this amazing nutrition, but yet animals in the wild, this is a really interesting thing. He was doing a really in-depth study in Africa for a decade or so. And it was a government grant, and he was there to study the diseases of exotic animals. And interestingly enough, they thought it was air pollution, but he was able to prove that it was deficiencies, because animals who are kept, domesticated, they are fed nutrition. Even our pets, we take good care of typically, right? But animals in the wild don't have access to the full range and all the nutrients they need. And any mammal with a vertebrae needs these same 90 essential nutrients. And so he was able to prove this, and he did a write-up. He was part of a whole science team, a pathology team. When he got back to the US, he submitted his chapter, and it was so in-depth, so well written, so well researched, that they said, Joel, can you write the whole book, please? So his book, The Diseases of Exotic Animals, is in the Smithsonian Library. It's a national treasure, and veterinarians still look to it today. The issue is getting a copy, because now it's so expensive. I think the last copy was sold off of eBay for like $10,000, because it really is. It's a treasure, and so he hit the rest of his work, then continued on to working with humans. And you can't believe the stories. I mean, Shawn's heard other stories of our family too. My mom has an amazing story, because it covers all these chronic degenerative symptoms, and many people can relate to having several of them. And they're happening at younger and younger ages, because our nutrition is so poor. And, some people don't understand the importance of supplementing. And those that do, we're fighting for our rights to protect accessing them. But there's other members of my family too, who have incredible stories. If you wanted me to share that, Shawn, or if you want to move on to other things.
Well, actually I do. But before you do, I just want to preface what we're saying, because I noticed that some other people are starting to restream this, and invite everyone to do that. Like, let's get this out. But a lot of people, I don't think, Jill and Jason, understand just how important essential nutrients are. So like you had said, Jill, we're not getting it in our food supply anymore. And we really aren't. And we need them to become healthy. And then we get locked into this chronic illness, and the medical system can't help us. And yet, the three of us have seen person after person after person become well. And I think that people need to understand, you are not getting what you need. You need to supplement, no ifs, buts, ors, and you'll be amazed by the difference. I mean, Jill, you even said, your mother's early diagnosis of rheumatoid arthritis. And thank goodness she didn't get that diagnosis today, or they'd put her on a chemotherapy drug also, which would have her dead in a couple of years. But she'd get the privilege of, suffering from cancer first. So yeah, so I'll let you guys go on this, on your story and on nutrition. I just want people that may be viewing this that don't understand. We cannot be emphatic enough about how important getting nutrition is. It changes lives. I mean,
absolutely. This is not just an option. This is why we call them the 90 essential nutrients. Some you can get some vitamin D from the sun, right? But we live in a colder climate in the winter where people aren't even as outdoors as much, and not much of our skin is exposed to the solar energy.
Oh yeah, you guys don't live in Alberta where it's sunny and warm in the winter. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, keep going.
Yeah. And just going back to the minerals, there's 60 of the 90. I'm going to break down the menu that Dr. Wallach discovered. It consists of 60 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, and 2 essential fatty acids. And that creates the whole 90 for Life program. Now, I just want to kind of share another story that why my mom was especially primed to hear Dr. Wallach's message on breakfast television was not only because she felt he was describing her, it was also because many years prior, after she birthed her third child, so I'm the eldest of 3 girls, when she birthed the third, Angie, what had happened was she had 3 children under the age of 5. And she had birthed us, and then she was nursing us, and she wasn't told to replenish her system. So by the time she gave birth and nursed Angie, she started developing allergies, and it was really uncomfortable. I mean, she was just so frustrated. She could barely breathe. It was affecting sleep at night. It was really affecting her functioning. And so she went to the doctor, and basically they gave her nose sprays and over-the-counter like allergy pills and things like that. But nothing was working. And she, for 6 months, she was trying, struggling. Finally, she decided she'd go to the chiropractor to get some help, and maybe that would help alleviate some of the breathing issues. So when she was there, this chiropractor was studying to become a naturopath, and he was talking to her about her situation and having 3 young children. And he said, "Helen, you're deficient in minerals. You've just given them all away. You just created 3 babies and you're nursing them. You need to replenish." So he got her on a mineral supplement, and kid you not, in just a few days, she could breathe, and she got her energy back, and she was sleeping at night, and she felt so much better. So she stayed on those minerals for a bit of time, for some time, but she didn't know that she needed to keep doing it. Life gets busy, you get into other things, the kids are starting to grow, and then she just didn't think of supplementing. When we were in public school in our teen years, we did go to health food stores, and we love health food stores. And Shawn, we're a huge fan of Nature's Emporium, who was very much promoting the NHPPA when you would come to town. They made a donation early on because they both so believe in the work you do and your team. And so basically, we would get products from the health food store, which are wonderful. I'm a huge proponent. The only thing was we were fractionating because we were taking a bit of this, a bit of that, not aware of the whole gamut. So when my mom came across Doc Wallach and he talked about the 90 essential nutrients, there's many others that are great to have. They're beneficial, but these are the most essential ones. It's like cutting to the chase and simplifying your nutritional regime. So right away, I think that's why the results were so powerful. And again, minerals are 60 of the 90. So just that alone is an incredible place to start. And so, yeah, that story of my mom being a young mother, having birthed 3 kids and having these allergies and overcoming them through supplementation was her first real tangible and exceptional story of using nutrients or nutrition to heal.
Back in the day when you're talking, the idea of knowing that there's nutritional deficiencies in certain areas, as the ancients knew, that they would often supplement with superfood type things, in different, for instance, chia seed in South America. That's a superfood. It's dense with nutrients, all these different algae and things in chlorella people know, or shilajit, or even sea buckthorn, which can be grown here too in the Tibetan plateau, that they would supplement with those knowing that it was tonifying them. And in today's time, what you said about minerals, that I think most of the data comes from the veterinary industry to show how deficiencies of minerals tie into health conditions. And one huge one that I think everybody should be supplementing or having this one thing in their home. If you have any kind of fear or any background in cardiovascular disease, having a heart attack, whatever, is they used to inject you with magnesium lactate if you were having a heart attack. And that could be the difference between you surviving from a heart attack by dilating the blood vessels and the smooth musculature around the blood vessel. Well, you could do that if you had a powder or liquid at your home, any place that you are, in your car, at your friend's house, at your work, where you're watching TV. That could be the difference between you living or dying if you had a heart attack. But if you're taking it all the time, it's relaxing your blood pressure, your blood flow. So you have lower blood pressure, feel at ease, but it's involved in so many other enzymatic processes. So how you deal with stress requires magnesium. You don't have enough magnesium, you can't deal with stress properly, so you feel overwhelmed. Look at how much of that there is. Depression, anxiety, flinging back and forth, just that. Or restless leg syndrome, as Shawn tells that story often, sometimes that's just magnesium. Plus, whenever you're sweating, you're losing electrolytes out of your system. And if you're a stressed out person, literally, if you know that you stress easy, or you can even feel it inside, even if you don't outwardly look stressed, but you stress inside, you're sweating. You can feel it. You can even on your arms, but it's also, you're losing that. And if you don't replenish all these minerals, electrolytes included, then you become susceptible even more to an even more intense stress reaction, which then degrades your whole body. Then all the conditions like cancer, heart disease, diabetes, autoimmune progression, developing allergies and chemical sensitivities. We live in an environment, you can't change everything. So you can do the best with the terrain, and minerals are a massive thing. So I just feel like, yeah, what you're talking about, it's the way the ancients thought again. This is all going back again, but using modern terminology and different modern experimentation. We're just kind of going back, and I like how you put it. Instead of having an isolationist, reductionist approach, here's vitamin C, here's vitamin E, here's this, is you're well-rounded with some type of concentrates. Even if you take those things, which are, I think often you definitely need, if you encompass them with some type of superfood or something like that, then you're getting all the trace minerals and everything else with it. So I appreciate what you're saying. And I feel like we're going back to that with the rise of natural medicine right now, which is massive because of the fall of a lot of things in Western medicine. It's just rising. You can't stop it. There's been huge hits. It's just rising. And Shawn's a big part of that. So I want to say thank you so much, because I can see the difference, by the way, when I'm lecturing, Shawn, even recently, that people know what you're doing. They know that they feel there's actually hope again, that you can show common sense to people that are trying to slam these things with these different agendas down and cut out natural medicine. I feel like this is part of something. I really appreciate what you're doing, and same as you yourself, Jill. I just feel like this is exciting, and it's common sense. A lot of it, it's like grandma wisdom kind of thing that we're returning.
It really is. It really is. Yes.
And it's necessary. You know, my grandfather on my father's side was a psychiatric nurse, and in Weyburn, and he would, and I, he died when I was young, so I'm relying on my father. But my father would always say, he would say, in the future, they're going to solve mental illness with nutrition, right? And during the World's Greatest Health Show, we had Professor Alan Castles pointing out that the third leading cause of death in Canada are the, antidepressant drugs alone. And
I just was in the car with David.
Give people a balanced lifestyle and nutrition, and we will solve most of our mental health issues. A balanced lifestyle and nutrition.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm going to be handing it over to you guys soon. I'm going to be heading off shortly, but I will tie back around to that athlete example and story. And because it also connects to my youngest sister. And I think it gives another kind of perspective on chronic degeneration through the world of athleticism. My youngest sister was an athlete since she came out of the womb. She was like a very fast runner at a very young age. She was on teams. She was very competitive. She played rep sports. And ultimately, with all that running, like you said, well, first of all, the body's breaking down and it needs nutrition to rebuild stronger, because that's the point when you're an athlete. And the other part is that when you sweat, you lose not only don't just detoxify, you lose good stuff. You lose, like you said, the minerals, the electrolytes. And so you need to replenish. And we didn't know about that at that time. So basically her system was breaking down. And one of the signs was that she was running in her sleep. So we used to joke around that she was actually training, but she trained 24 hours a day, but it was actually because of a deficiency. We didn't know that at the time, calcium, magnesium, right? But we don't like to just talk about solo nutrients, as you can imagine, because we talk about the menu, because they really work together as a team, like as a symphony. So we don't want to just point out like one nutrient thinking it can do all the work, because they work as cofactors as well. But in any case, as she was going through, growing up, she started to get some injuries, and into high school, she had a bad enough injury that she went to the doctors, and he ultimately said, listen, you can't play any more sports. You actually need a hip replacement. And because she was in her late teens at the time, she was not old enough to actually get a hip replacement. And so she'd have to wait until she was of age to qualify. But in the meantime, she just needed to sit around and not be, engaged in these sports anymore. Which of course has a impact mentally too, because that's who you are, that's what you do, that's what you love, right? And then all of a sudden that's taken away. But also her being told at such a young age her body was breaking down. Well, thankfully, several years later, but not too long after, that was when my mom had found out about Doc Wallach, and I'd interviewed him on my show. And so after she got in the program and was seeing results, she immediately followed up with her and said, can you help my daughter? And Dr. Wallach's like, of course, you can grow back bone and ligaments and cartilage. Like you don't have to. No, she does not need a hip replacement. Just get her on the healthy program. And so again, changing her diet and supplementing properly, and he had additional supplements to add to her program for her purposes. And ultimately, she healed and, is to this day athletic. She is on the Newfoundland tourism commercial, running in snowshoes with her dog, skiing, snowboarding. She's very athletic and fit. But that would not have been the case, obviously, had she gone the medical route, where there was no rebuilding, there was just replacing with artificial parts. So that's another great example of chronic degeneration because of sports and at a younger age.
And I can't resist the question, how did the hip replacement go?
No need for a hip replacement. No, never got one.
And isn't that the criminal thing? Like they're going to do a hip replacement in a teenager because they haven't been trained in nutrition. And that'll be why she got into trouble in the first place.
Yeah.
I was saying that last part, remember we said that one of those talks we had together, that modern medicine is basically based on the stimulate, suppress, cut, or burn. And then the ancient way, we're talking about nourishment, everything is cleanse, nourish, and balance. Yeah. So I mean, they can easily dovetail, but in reality, if you ask the doctor, for instance, the results that you just had, in an ancient way of thinking, in many of the different medical systems, Ayurvedic medicine, Tibetan medicine, Chinese medicine, whatever, is if you came and told those clinicians that you took the stuff that they said, just like you're saying, well-rounded nutrition, different herbs, whatever, and this person had these results, and then I went to my doctor and they said, it's a miracle, I can't understand it. And the clinician would kind of look at, what do you mean it's a miracle? This is normal. This is how you heal people. So I feel like this is what we're getting back to, all the stuff that's been suppressed and censored is, yes, they already had these amazing results with so many things. The modern way of thinking made you think that you can only go through that to get whatever results, but it came with all these side effects and everything and suppressed the other way. So I feel like now we're going to see all these things that are going to feel like miracles. Oh my God, that works for rheumatoid arthritis, that works for cancer. No, well, they've always worked. It's just that you weren't allowed to hear about it. And that's what we're worried about with you, Shawn, is trying to figure out how do you maintain that? Well, natural medicine is on a natural rise right now, and modern medicine is a natural fall, the rise and fall of everything, is how do we maintain it and get access so that people can see what they always knew, and that what science has even been proving for a long time behind the scenes, but you're not allowed to share it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the question. You've got me thinking, and maybe, after Jill goes, we'll switch into kind of the different philosophies of healing and what's changed, because that's a different point, because it's quite amazing. I don't know what you two think, but I just find it amazing that we're in a world where literally we have to fight our government to get the nutrients that everyone should know we need to be healthy. Well,
there's money to be made, and we're getting in the way of that for them. It's obvious, though, the further you go down the rabbit holes, like I had to, because I had to fight a court case for 6 years. That's where I met you. Is that you just learn things like you said that could give you PTSD if you have that, because you don't think that human beings could behave in such self-serving ways at the detriment of, but they can. And basically, you just have to expose that and then move forward with this new paradigm, which is actually returning to the timeless ancient paradigm. But the way of thinking is totally different. I think Pasteur and Béchamp were a perfect example in modern times to show the polar thinking of the new way versus the ancient way. And when I was saying that idea, the modern way is germ theory, that things are coming at you, and genetic theory, that you can't really do anything about it. So you have to turn to an authority, and they're going to stimulate, suppress, cut, or burn, that kind of thing. Or these gene codes, whatever, that kind of thing. Ancient ways is basically Béchamp, terrain theory, saying, you know what? It's the terrain, or everybody would get insulted and have the same things happen, and they don't, obviously. So, and terrain theory is, like I said, it's about nourishing, cleansing on those rhythms, and making sure you have breaks in between. Like I said, it's hard to say, if you segue for a sec, somebody says, take it with food to a Westerner, and you say, just a minute. Don't I always have food in my stomach? That's different, right? With the West, we're all snacking and doing things. Mm-hmm. It's different. You're supposed to have breaks and rhythms. And then their old way of thinking is improve the health of the terrain, especially the interface with the outside world, which is your skin and all of your mucosal membranes, because every hole in your body, inside that is a tube or a sac that's actually continuous with the outside air. It doesn't penetrate the body and get in the blood till the mucosal membrane. So everything that maintains the health of those mucosal membranes through your whole body is keeping that microbiome and nutrient absorption, assimilation, waste elimination. That's what is happening when you cleanse and nourish and balance the body. And the ancients knew that. They knew all about the microbiome and everything. So we're returning again to ancient ways that they discovered. The microbiome even has memory. It protects you against things that it, in its genetic history, say, has been affronted with, and now it has the memory, even if you don't. So if you don't take care of your digestive tract, you can also be screwed and get sick or get these diseases that other microbes that are symbionts would have helped you with in the first place if we weren't so agitated and stressed. And a lot of the agitation and stress comes from, like I said, losing all those nutrients and sweat and stress and everything, and not getting enough. And so you can't react. It's a domino effect, and you can feel it spiraling out. When you can't handle the tension of the world, it's just overwhelming. You have a freeze response, and you just give up. I don't want to think anymore. Just everybody else think for me.
Yeah.
That's disempowerment. So I feel like if we get at the nuts and bolts of this, and then I feel like if I tie this to a story.
You know what? I'm going to just jump in there. I'm going to jump in quickly because I actually am going to sign off now. But I do want to say one thing. While you're talking about traditional approaches and Eastern approaches, I completely agree with that. The other thing, though, I think is worth mentioning, and I'm only going to plant the seed, and I think you guys can run with it with yourselves or another guest, but talking about the Flexner report, when the Rockefellers came in and they, medicalized the health care system, because before that we had naturopaths, homeopaths, naturopaths in the healthcare system. And when they came in and saw how much money could be made off of patents, and it was the pharmacomedical model came in, it just took over. And that's been just over 100 years now. And it's time to stop that in its tracks and bring real nutrition back in and put the power back with the people. And I think, like you said, this is what's happened over the past past number of years has woke a lot of people up. And just like we were told, there's nothing you can do to stop the spread except for these XYZ protocols, which were proven to not be effective after all. And people were basically disempowered. Now people are empowered again to learn for themselves, to be educated. So it's wonderful you put on events like this, Shawn, where you don't only just protect us legally, you're educating people as well. Thank you so much.
It's good to meet you, Jill.
You
Thank
too.
you for, I knew the two of you would get along. So thanks for coming and joining us.
You speak the language.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see you guys again soon.
Cheers to you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
And I got 10 minutes left there.
Okay, well, we better go to the Flexner report then. So what you said, you got an hour and 10 minutes. Okay.
I got 10 more minutes. I could talk forever with you.
Well, I know.
Preface with my dad's story, like how powerful natural medicine can be.
Oh, do you want to share that? Because I think, again, there'll be some people that'll watch this and we'll publish it afterwards that really don't understand that the basis of health, clean water, proper food, clean air, but the proper food is nutrition. It's so lacking. So please share your father's story.
So that was really the beginning of what we started here as I was working with ballet dancers in Europe for basically autoimmune progression and ACL and MCL tear. Unbelievable results with all those types of things. Coming back though, there was no product. It was just a mix of things. My dad had been diagnosed with 6 blocks around the heart, 95 to 98%, because his brother just died of a heart attack. So my dad went in, they looked at him, these 6 major blocks, rushed him in for surgery. He had 6 bypasses. He had a defibrillator pacemaker installed, and later they put stents in. They said he had a maximum of 7, maybe up to 10 years if he did everything right, which he didn't. All the diet and exercise and stress relief, plus all the different drugs. He was on calcium channel blockers, beta blockers, HMG coenzyme reductase inhibitors, ACE inhibitors, potassium sparing diuretics, Coumadin, nitro, aspirin, and a couple other things. So it's hard to integrate things with that and not worry about what could happen. So for me though, my dad's not going to live 7 to 10, that's it. So I started manipulating the formula that I was working with when I was in the Netherlands, gave it to dad with all those drugs, which you can't say that out loud to people, but this is my dad and he wanted to do it. So my dad was considered a miracle of modern medicine. Not only did he not only live 7 to 10 years by integrating these things in large doses with all the drugs, is that he lived for 31 years. His mind was totally still there. His body was probably better than when he was before. And he had to have the defibrillator pacemaker replaced 2 times. That was never done before by the Texas company that did that. So he's considered a miracle for that.
Because the batteries would wear out. The batteries would wear out, right?
Yep, exactly. And then they replaced them. So even his doctors would ask me to come in their office. This is where it's interesting. They could not recommend anything I said to their patients, but they wanted me to come in with my dad, and they would pull vitamins and that out of their drawers. Say, do you think this one's good to take? Think this one's good to take? Because they couldn't believe what happened to my dad. They'd never seen anything like it ever before. But if you go into cardiologists, some of them are good, some of them are not. And in the end, my dad didn't have a heart attack. He was given a drug, made to take a drug, or they wouldn't treat him, that current cardiologist, and then he died of a stroke. So for me, he still lived 31 years instead of 7. He had a great life the whole time. The same thing happens in dogs with a lot of these natural medicines and little animals, where it's not just about pain relief or some kind of a thing like you have a drug for with all these side effects. You can actually have animals that you would never think come back acting like they're little again, like pups and things, and kittens again. And horses, the same thing, running around again when they thought they're going to have to euthanize them. And again, to ancients, that wouldn't be a miracle. It would be sometimes you're giving them all these drugs and different things that are causing a lot of that. You think it's just the condition, but you've actually given stuff that's taken them way out of balance in the first place, just for immediate some type of result, whether it be suppression or stimulation, and then it wears off. And then as everybody knows, the drugs stop working, you take another drug for the side effects, switch to another one. Yeah, because they're not actually dealing with, you touched on SSRIs. I was just in the car. I drove with David from True Hope, and obviously his family has struggled with mental health. We talked for several hours on the car ride just about that idea that, like Jill was saying before, most mental health disorders, there's tons of other things involved, obviously. exercise, stress relief, just how you handle life, some of the ways you perceive. But just one thing is massive. They know that in veterinary medicine, which is your vitamin mineral intake. We're so deficient. Like I said, even from stress and sweating and the frenetic pace of society today, you're losing more and more sweat, more and more minerals. You're not replacing them. I want to give one hint before, because I only have a few minutes, that I think could be lifesaver for a lot of people now, is people who suffer from chronic migraines. They just released data a while back, because I used to have they're horrible. You want to die. You literally want to die. You can't believe you'd want to keep going with that. And there's some people that have them every day. Is just replacing electrolytes every day. They seem to be excreting electrolytes and sweating electrolytes more.
So what should they use for? Because electrolytes a broad term. So
just go to a health food store and talk to the people in the health food store and say, what do you think is the best electrolyte supplement that I could take? Athletes are very good with this too. Like there's different chains that specialize with athletes in Canada. I can name one. I don't want to name the other, but Popeyes has a great a group of people that are a lot of athletes, so they really experience with electrolytes. But so is every health food store you go to. You're going to have people, and there's many choices, and it's about taste, because they're using really prime ingredients when you go in the health food store. But this is something that I feel like we don't make it, but I'd like to support anybody who has a migraine. And that's another thing. We need to collaborate with each other and feel like, we call it co-opetition. We copied a hemp company. Is if we can get along with each other. The industry is growing really, really rapidly. People are coming into it. Then we can all feel like we're not a threat to each other. And that's what people need now when they want to connect with people again after the last 5 years. They don't want people looking like they're saying negative things about each other. They want to feel like they're coming home again. I want to talk. I want to be open. I don't want you bad-mouthing anybody. And I feel like that's what we have to offer. The ancient way is about creating, even in the person speaking, that idea of balance and flow. And now I can say what I want to say. And we can say what we want to say now because it is rising. And that's where, Shawn, that's where you come in for me. And then we'll never stop supporting you, because in that gap that they know is coming, the pharmaceutical companies can control it, to do with the Flexner report and all this money being made on pharmaceuticals and suppression, is they want to fill that gap with something else. And right now it's vaccines and mRNA. They're trying to fill the gap. That's going to end, because there's so much stuff going on with that. So we need just to group together and get everybody in government and everything else to understand, no, this is here, it's coming. How do we just support it in a really effective way and just stay out of the way and let these things that have been going on for thousands of years be helpful to people again, and to animals, the exact same thing. And you can't trick an animal. We have a big veterinary side. There's no placebo. It works or it doesn't work. In the horse industry, if it doesn't work, you're gone. That industry is super competitive. So if they're still there in the horse industry, they work. And if they work in horses, look at what they do in people. That's where a lot of these veterinary trials are coming from. And so thank goodness for the vets that were progressive too, and the rheumatologists that were progressive, where they can try things, and dermatology, some of them are progressive because they can try stuff, because some of the drugs are so toxic, people won't tolerate them. So they allow them to sometimes go outside. But most other MDs, their hands are tied. They can't do anything. The regulatory bodies won't allow them to talk about any of this. So it's up to us to get the word out, and then there's momentum. And then it goes back to, as Jill said, pharmacists and doctors and all the natural therapies all used to be prescribing natural medicine. And then it got taken away, and then there's all this fighting, and then the suppression started. It's been going on for over 100 years, and it's ending. And curcumin.
Well, I don't know that it's ending. I mean, six weeks ago, the Quebec Court of Appeal upheld the conviction of Dr. Annie Janot, a naturopathic doctor, for practicing medicine. But I know what you're saying is it's just so many people are coming to understand they need this natural health community, that you're extremely hopeful that they can't take it away, that we're just going to say no.
But that's the funny part. If we slack off now, they depend on that. They depend on you to slack off when you feel too much, we're just going to let everybody else do the work. That's where I feel like supporting you, and that you and I, like the brothers from another mother kind of idea. We're here to do it. We're standing. And then the mosquito thing, that we all just need to raise like mosquitoes, and we will make a difference.
Oh, well, share that analogy about being a mosquito. I think that's important. So
so the disempowerment idea, which has been pervasive, right? Because in any kind of people that want to control other people, they basically want to weaken you physically, mentally, and energetically. That's part of what you need to do. So everything about that, you think about how they're weakening us, then they have to divide and conquer you. So then they make you feel like you're disempowered because you are weak mentally, physically, energetically. Now you're fighting with each other about opinions. This is perfect. And so the idea is it makes you feel like you're not big enough to make a difference. So why bother? Quit. But I think it was Michelle Walker. I said it again. I have to look it up. She said, those of you that think you're too small to make a difference obviously have not been in bed with a mosquito. I mean, that's huge. So if we are all like mosquitoes, which I feel like is happening, you can just look at yourself like that. You don't have to be this huge thing. Just start at the idea that I can make a difference. I am making a difference because I believe in this whole idea of collaboration and community and everything that was kind of has been felt like it's taken away in disconnection. And you can, in the health industry, I feel like it's like a gateway. You go into the health stores, brick and mortar, you talk to people. They have so many great stories and there's so much enthusiasm and different types of people for different types of people, right? So you go in there and you feel like it's almost like you're coming home to this ancient way of enthusiasm about something that you thought you couldn't deal with because you were told there's nothing we can do, which is ridiculous. Nothing they can do. And they've been suppressing everything the whole time. And now I'm glad that a lot of these MDs too are starting to become interested in functional medicine because that's a gateway into the ancient ways too. And then the thing changes. But we have to keep the pressure on and keep talking about it as a group. And that's what you're doing. That's why I'm thankful that you have helped me to be a part of this because I really want to do whatever I can. And I think that's all I have. I have to go, unfortunately, but you and I could talk for hours on.
Yes, and we will. Well, Jason, thanks for joining us. So, you know what I really love about you is you got into this community to help people. And when Health Canada was trying to shut you down, I mean, I remember it's kind of like, no, but we're helping people. And you've never left that. The focus has been to help people. And it's just an honor to walk with you on this journey. So,
and I feel likewise, Shawn. Thank you so much for what you're doing. I can't say enough. I appreciate you and Teresa. So just keep it up and I will be back if you want me on. But thank you for your time. All right.
Thanks.
Cheers, everybody.
Wow, that was a pretty good start.
Amazing. Yeah.
Wasn't that great?
Always a good interview if Jason's there, and Jill was fantastic too. We'll have to have her back on. So as we go through the evening, first off, we must thank Iona for a $100 donation. Iona, is that a Greek name? Sounds Greek. So she has earned the stream a slideshow from the tour. Shall we? I'll just clear out these comments.
Let's watch the slideshow.
Yeah.
That's great. I'm excited.
All right. You guys remember where that was?
Lloyd.
That's right. Llyodminster.
Yeah.
It is absolutely amazing. That was a wonderful spot to be. And I got the impression that not a lot of people stop in Llyodminster for this type of event. And the people were just so welcoming and so involved. It was quite incredible. But, you know, we could say that about every stop. It was... Yeah. It's the community that was so important. We were, just put yourself in our shoes planning an event. Like you depend on people coming, you depend on people supporting, you depend on people watching. And, at the very beginning of the tour, like our online numbers were small.
Yes.
Like it was worrying. And, the in-person events, we had tremendous turnout and tremendous excitement and tremendous encouragement. And I just have to thank everyone because that really helped us keep going and get through all the exhaustion and commitment of it. So
every event had its own personality too. Like you could see how the culture is different from Victoria all the way to PEI, where we had our remote event. And that was really interesting. I wasn't expecting that.
You stole my comment from me. So you guys were there doing the thing, and then all of us here are waiting to ingest all of the media from the event. And I felt that on my end, and it was my thought as we were watching it, that even for me, there's this bit of nostalgia with each slideshow or selection of images from the stories that were going on internally in the NHPPA as these events were happening. All the craziness was happening, trying to organize it, but then all these little personal stories. Each picture would get uploaded from Teresa with a little story, and we'd find out more about the people in each city. And I was able to tell it was Llyodminster when I started playing it, So it's a really, really great how everyone connected. We do have our next guest, Gail West, up on deck. I just first wanted to answer a stream here. You have joined late, rarely uncertain, only because we started early. This is a telethon today. It's a Giveathon. We're asking for donations. Doing that wonderful tour across the country wasn't cheap, okay? So, we do need to fill up the coffers, and we do need your help. And we have a goal of $5,000 for today. We're 30% of the way there, so if everybody throws in a few bucks, we'll get there, no problem. And yes, an edited version of this will be up as a replay, as always, next week. Shelby,
and we're still going for a couple more hours. So,
oh yeah,
I was going to say you haven't missed anything, but you've actually missed some pretty cool content you want to go back and watch. But we're still pressing ahead. I wanted, before we bring Gail up, to ask you guys, what was it that struck you guys about the tour? For me, and we're going to have Gail tell her story, and so I don't want to spoil it. But the amount of suffering that was involved, that she'll describe, and her condition was Crohn's, and she's not the only one. I'm forgetting the name, Teresa, of the lady we just saw the clip
Jan,
from Lloyd. Jan.
Jan.
Right. And so that one picture where I'm on the stage and there's a lady talking to me, her name's Jan.
Yeah.
Well, she described that she was suffering from Crohn's, I think it was 30 years. Mm-hmm. And, so can you imagine for 30 years not going to one of your kids' hockey games or sporting events? For 30 years not...
She was so brave, too, to share. She was so brave to share her story.
It's not a comfortable story to tell.
No.
What's more shocking to me, if you're asking about reactions for me, is it gets so humanized. We're an organization here that has a lot of work to do what we do. So a lot of this starts to become work. But the tour just put faces on all the stories again. And to think that there are people out there suffering with Crohn's for 30 plus years without a doctor suggesting that they look at their diet or their nutritional intake is it just puts another fire under the seat here to get the work done.
I thought that was interesting that a lot of the people that I've listened to, I haven't listened to all the interviews, but a lot of them seem to be that they had lost hope, and then they were referred to a naturopath by a friend, and all of a sudden everything was answered for them. Like Gail today, I watched her episode today, and I thought that was quite interesting that they'd lost hope, and then all of a sudden, bang, they've got hope again, and things are working out for them. So there's a lot of hope in a lot of these messages, a lot of the interviews.
Yeah, I mean that's where I was going. When we're talking about Jan, 30 years, not being able to go to a restaurant with your spouse, things we take for granted. And she was on chemical drugs to help prevent the flare-ups, but she would still, every other year or every year end up in the hospital. It would become so bad. And then when she goes to basically a holistic practitioner, and very quickly she's well, and she doesn't, and she, she's able to eat anything she wants. where it was much more restrictive before. And so how many people are out there suffering with Crohn's or other things, thinking that it's terminal, thinking that it's lifelong, and having no idea that they can find freedom? That was driven home to me in a new way with this tour.
Alder Health, please, from Nutricon. Nutricon, did you donate? If you donated 50, then you get to watch the Alder Health slideshow, which I can pull up at any moment. Are you the mysterious Iona? Let us know. We'll take care of you.
Yeah, there were a lot of wonderful health food stores that helped support the tour. So we just had Jill on. Jill spoke in Barrie, and we had National Nutrition, which is one of those super key stores almost at every stop. But Alder Health and Aldergrove, was one of the places we stopped and hosted, and we're just so thankful. We should probably put together, kind of a thank you video for all these health food stores and highlight them.
We're going to have to. If only we knew someone that could do that.
Yes, indeed.
Another
All right.
poster.
Nutricon, you will get the slideshow. I assume we're going to move on to Gail right now, and we'll show Alder Health afterwards. How does that sound?
Well, yeah. Now, so we've also got a bunch of neat video content, right?
We got a little bit.
I'm just wondering if maybe we should show one of those and then bring Gail up. Yeah, and just so everyone watching, I mean, we've basically every one of us is in a deep underground bunker, so usually the interference from above is not there. I'm just kidding.
Really good EMF shield.
Kind of kidding. You guys are EMF
We're not in deep underground bunkers. I'm just kidding. We're in really deep underground bunkers.
You are EMF shielded. There's something that's changed since the tour. So I've removed all wireless in my house, or I've got the ability to turn it off with the push of a button. So now when I'm deciding I'm going to sleep, all electromagnetic radiation that's happening in my room, in my house, gets turned off. After watching some of the Magda Havas presentation on the show, which I urge everyone to look at. Maybe I'll get the link for that up on screen in a bit.
Also, Bob Connolly as well.
Bob Connolly shows you how.
Exactly.
Magda scares the pants off you, and Connolly shows you how to protect your pants.
Step by step.
I know we ordered the adapters to plug the cell phone into the Ethernet cable. We're just now figuring out, okay, but how do you still get text messages then?
Yeah.
And not miss calls, right? So it is funny how this stuff, when you see how dangerous some of it is, that it's pretty hard.
And it's always that convenience that sucks you back in. And you're like, oh, okay, well, I'll leave the cell service on, because I found that out quickly as well when I got my device. I can plug it into Ethernet, but all of a sudden I can't text on the phone. So, but that's how
there are programs that will actually sync with your phone and with your computer, and so so if you view or respond to a text on one, it gets updated on the other. So I just have to look for them again, because I'd looked at this problem before. Okay. But I don't know how to get around the call thing. You might just have to turn it on now and again on the call.
I think so, to do a call.
I think Shawn is actually having the discussion with just me personally right now. I think the rest of the people that are watching...
Oh, are we still live? Yeah.
I think this is just the dialogue between us.
All right. We'll do a quick video, and then we'll bring Gail in. We'll probably play that about 5 times tonight. Isn't it wonderful to see that? I mean, I think this is going to be something historic that people will look back on as time will be kind to our event there. We'll get out of the way and bring on Gail.
But before you do, and I'm looking forward, Gail, for us having a conversation, is Jason, do you mind if we talk about how that video was inspired?
No, I don't mind at all.
Okay. So, because I always like to bring God into things, and I think that video was inspired. So Jason and I are, we have scheduled to show up in StreamYard and do a couple of short videos for, I think it was for fundraising for the tour, if I recall correctly, Jason. And so we're in the studio and we're doing a take, and it's just, it doesn't, you're stumbling, Jason. You're just, for whatever, and we're doing a take, and I can tell Jason's getting a little frustrated. And I just say, you just have to let it go and let it happen. Like, just stop thinking, open your mouth, let it go. And Jason's heard me say things like that before, because sometimes you're just told, no, just let it go. So now then, Jason, and I'll set it up and you correct me where I'm wrong. I mean, you had basically got kind of the building blocks for that video. So you've got the video clips, you've purchased the music, but it's sitting there, you're kind of blocked about putting it together. Did I get that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what happened?
Like 10 days, 12 days.
So tell the story.
Well, then one night, I was just thinking about it, and all of a sudden I just had to go over and work on it. And the whole thing came together in 20 minutes. And I didn't plan anything out about the text you're putting on screen. I just grabbed shots and just started writing. And it just came out of nowhere. And that's one of the better videos I think I've ever made as far as impact goes. Right? But before I started, I asked for help.
So it's funny, you sent the link to us, and I, it was late at night, Teresa, wasn't it? When it was probably like 10:30 or something.
Yeah.
And we watched it, and we just both go, "This is inspired. This is."
Yeah.
It's meant to encourage people.
Yeah.
By the end, setting up the end scene, I was almost in tears here working on it.
Well, we were in tears when we watched it.
Which time? Remember that whole night? You're like,
yeah, it gave me hope.
Oh yeah, well there was that. Teresa kept watching and watching,
like 30 times.
Yeah, just
come on,
awesome.
It's 2 a.m. Come to bed.
That's awesome. It's a unique power, visual media. It's a unique power. There's a lot of power over humans, and it's so often abused. It's wonderful to be given a chance to use that power that's given to do something nice. It's just as powerful, It's too bad that people use it for other means, but I'm so happy and proud to be somewhere where I can use it for a good, positive message.
Okay, well, Gail, let's have a conversation, and thank you for attending.
Yes, thank you for the invite. It's great to see you guys again.
Yeah, no, it's good to see you again. So, for people watching, Gail came to the event in Winnipeg and was one of our speakers, and that was a pretty neat event, Gail.
It really was. It really was. I because you and Teresa are involved, I knew it was going to be great, and yet God was in the house.
He was in the house, wasn't he?
He was in the house. Yeah. Yeah, that's for sure.
Now, why did you say that?
When I looked away from the camera just now and felt the whole evening again, that was the feel. Before I started that night speaking, I just said, God, give me your words. take me out of the equation, which is what I say every time I paint, and give me what you want to say and get me out of my own way. And I felt it in the whole room, to be honest, from the minute the doors opened. To see that many people turn out was really something. I mean, we had it filled to the back of the room, adding on to the ends of the rows that were already there. Some people standing up. Yeah, it was truly a great night in the grand scheme of it all. Yeah, you could feel them there for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it is interesting because, and it's why I, had Jason share the story is I think that we often forget that our voice doesn't matter so much.
Yeah.
But if he'll speak through something we're doing, in Jason's case, a video, or, Rick's case, postings and graphics and the like, and I tend to needing to speak, I'm going to have you talk about your painting. But before we go there, I'm wondering if we can get into your health journey and share that, and then kind of make our way to what happened with your painting, because that's a beautiful story in itself. So.
Yeah, just, as I, especially since that evening, because a lot of this stuff it gets pushed under, you suppress things over the years. But since speaking that night and have given this a lot more thought, you can just watch how the start out of my life and the illness that turned into illnesses, how that just gets to be a domino effect, of course, over the years, and where things have led me to today. So, probably when I was 7 years old, it was bladder infection after bladder infection. I remember waking up at night and we lived probably 70 miles from Winnipeg, and we just, there wasn't a lot of meds around, which is perfectly fine, but we just didn't know what else to do. So I'd get up at night, I would have had an accident in bed, then get up. My mom would heat up a mustard poultice and put on that on my stomach to try and calm everything down. And then we started going into physicians, and it started out on the antibiotics that had to, I would be on antibiotics for up to 6 months at a time. And then, of course, nothing was getting fixed. So then I went into the hospital probably 4 different times. And back then you went in and you were dropped at the door. That was the protocol. And then you were not to talk to family or whatever. They felt that it was too disruptive, I guess.
And you're talking as a little girl.
7. Mm-hmm.
7 years old. So,
yeah.
So you're ending up going to the hospital at age 7, and you're just dropped off, and the family leaves, and that's what was expected at the time.
Right. I remember the elevator door opening up and Mom and I stepping through it onto the floor that I was going to stay on for the week, and her giving me a hug goodbye and, turns and leaves. And I'm sure that was very hard on her as well. But it was that where you keep the stiff upper lip and let's go. So, yeah, and the procedures that were done that week were certainly not, were not comfortable and quite invasive. It's where they would insert a hard plastic tube inside the bladder to try and open up the pathways more so that urine didn't run back down. And so they would leave it in for 5 days and take it out before I left. And then I would go home on the 7th day. And we tried that multiple times. And on the 4th time, they just said, you know what, we're just leaving it in there. So obviously it wasn't a fix, it was just, that's just what they knew to do. And so that's, still in with me today. But just all the meds that followed up with that, I just didn't have an immune system left to play with. So that's when it's so easy for other things, autoimmune diseases to slip in the door. And so, yeah, it was years, of antibiotics and, prednisones, just whatever, but they just didn't have a fix for it. So over time, I developed Crohn's disease. And so, I had a pretty stressful life at the time. And at the same time, all this was hitting with the Crohn's. And they said, okay, it was my small intestine that when they do the screens of it, the testing, they can see that it was all blackened out, which means it's like a gummy tube, if you will, intestine at the time. And so they said, okay, we'll just remove that and then we'll dissect it together again and you're good to go.
Can I just slow you down? So
yeah,
first of all, how old are you when they're telling you that they're going to remove your small intestine?
I was about 20 at the time.
Okay, so I mean, you're at the prime of what should be your healthiest prime of life, 20-year-old young woman.
Yeah. Yeah. And at the time I had 2 children. And so, the world keeps moving. And again, when I understand it becomes run of the mill for a surgeon that's done this, a lot of times throughout his career, but absolutely no education in there at all. And again, I was young, I was scared, I was sick. I did not have the support in my immediate home. And so I just didn't ask any questions. I just put the gown on and I woke up very, very shortly.
Can I just slow down what you're saying? So what you're trying to communicate is you're 20 years old, you're in the hospital. They basically told you, hey, we have to remove your small intestine. They're probably not explaining to you even what it does.
No.
And you really don't know what they're doing or what the surgery is going to look like or what it's going to look like on the other end. You're just kind of, you're there to have something happen to you without really understanding what's going on.
Right. And that is key. I think it's, I said it earlier, you push things down and you don't like to think, about all the nuances of it, but that was it. I mean, I'd been sick for so long, Shawn, that I honestly didn't care.
Can you describe for us what it was like before the surgery? Like what the Crohn's was like? Because I know you were sick as a young girl chronically.
Yeah. And all those challenges from a young age stayed. They were never fixed. But then as I got older, prior to the surgery, I was newly married. It was nothing that was ever talked about. It was just brushed under the rug, and it was eat and go get sick, and probably sick 2 to 3 times for every time that you eat, because your body just gets so exhausted. It just can't tolerate anything anymore. So I was just looking back at some pictures of myself with 2 of my daughters at the time sitting on my knee, and my eyes were dark underneath. I was maybe at best 110 pounds. That might be exaggerating. I was just very weak. I can look back at pictures now and not ever see a smile on my face. No. And it wasn't that I felt that life was so bad. It was just, I guess because it happened at such a young age, it started, that it's just what I got to know. And so, yeah.
And I just want to slow down again because I think some people don't understand the experience. So, when you were describing Crohn's, you'd say, well, you would eat and then you would basically get sick 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
But, by sick, what are you experiencing?
Yeah.
When you say, well, I would get sick. What was the experience like?
It would be diarrhea immediately. Like, so that, there was no, I wasn't getting any value out of the food. It was just leaving my body. So I remember, at the time after dinner, any meal, you get up and wash dishes. I knew that wouldn't happen. I would, go into the bathroom and go in there 2 and 3 times just to finish getting sick. And so cramping was bad. You watched, my body was so sensitive to temperature change that if I was really having a rough day and I knew that if I walked out of the sunshine into some shade, under some shaded trees, I would have to go to the bathroom that fast. That's how sensitive my body was. So I would walk around and stay out of it, and then I would know where my next bathroom is. Everything else stops, and you're gonna go to the find that next bathroom. And again, they're not always. It's not always something you're gonna find. So I started carrying extra clothes with me, and just a pail so I could put water in it, and a cloth, and that's what just stayed in my car. And then I started carrying bigger bags so that I could put clothes in there, and keep that stuff with me all the time. There was times when I'd have to lay down in the vehicle after a bout and just lay there, and it could be as hot could be outside, and I did not turn the air conditioning on. I just laid in the heat in there to try and soothe my body. So again, all that became so normal to me that when it came time for the surgery, I honestly didn't care what they did. I wish I'd have been told in hindsight, but that would not have stopped me from doing it, because they were, that in my mind, they were, and they are, the professionals, and that they've dealt with this, and it was posed to me like, this is your fix. This is it. This is what will do it for you.
What can you explain what the small intestine is there for?
It does the final breakdown of your food. So the large one will handle it when it's large, when your food is in larger pieces, and it has the cilia that is like, so it's on the outside of the intestine, there's little hair-like cilia. And as it becomes diseased, that hair-like cannot absorb or do anything with it. So nothing on the inside that's good can get out to the body. And the small intestine finishes that process off for you. And so when it would hit that point of the intestine, it went, we can't do anything with this. We have to get rid of it. So that it does the finer work of everything. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So that if you're not getting that in your large or your small, if you don't have absorption, you're not getting the value of the food. You can eat the best of the best, but if you don't heal that intestine, that's how we end up with irritable bowel. And, again, if your life circumstances are not in a great place, that adds to the stress of it all. And it becomes just this huge snowball going down. So when I had the surgery, it was, I came to in the recovery. And then after that, they put me under for a solid week. I stayed out. I remember knowing that my mom was sitting there by the bed, but they kept me totally immobile for the week. So I must have been loaded up on some pretty good stuff to stay under. And I was sent home. And again, you've got kids to look after and life, and you just pick up. Life's got to keep going. And I realized that no matter how good I was eating at the time, and you don't know all the nuances of it until you've gotten into, because as the gentleman earlier said, you do not have any education on food. You are just, go home, try it. I called one day into the office. I'd gotten so sick, into the doctor's office, the surgeons. And I just said, honestly, something is radically wrong here. I said, I ate a salad and I am I'm in big trouble. And he said, well, just don't eat it next time. That, honest to God, was his answer. Well, just don't eat it next time. And that's when it started dawning on me, Shawn, like, are we serious? This is going to be the response on like that. Yeah.
I just want to back up and you were saying after the surgery. So, part of the medical treatment to try and solve your Crohn's was to remove all of your small intestine, which has a vital function for you getting nutrients. And you really weren't told what was going to happen and what to expect. And they kept you under for basically sedated for a week.
Yeah.
But I know you were surprised by the scar. I know you were surprised by how invasive the surgery was. I know you were surprised by how difficult it was to recover. Can you share that with us?
Yeah.
What that discovery process was like?
Yeah. You talk about how intrusive, and I certainly wasn't vain about how I looked, prior to the surgery, but I woke up and, then I really couldn't believe it's about a 14-inch incision, and it was stapled with staples that looked to be better than half an inch wide. So there was the sutures on the inside, the staples on the out. And I did not weigh much. And then this scar was there, and it was it was painful, and had to be so careful of infection in my stomach. And again, knowing what I know now, I really got by the grace of God, that stayed as well as it did. And that I, didn't have to stay on antibiotics any longer than, what was prescribed. And then just going in and having the staples removed, the word that comes to me right now is gutted. I just felt gutted. That's the best way to say it. I understand that I signed up for it. I get that. I don't blame anybody. But, as time goes on, you get to see how inept that entire system is. And I said in Winnipeg that night, and I'll say it now, it's not that I'm against prescriptions or medical procedures. I've had several over the years, and I'm very grateful for them. And yet I know, because of alternative health and the great doctoring I've had since then, has been what's kept me alive. I mean, I was projected to have many surgeries over the years. And I have not, I have steered clear of all but 2 that have to do with my immune system. And so that was not the projection at all. So, that is, when I woke up and I got home and I looked at the state of everything, and I realized that this was really no different than what I had before. I still wasn't eating or able to keep food. I was in no better shape after all of that. So, yeah, it's, they may do the surgery different now, I don't know. But bottom line is that how you are set up in the beginning of your life, yeah, of course, on every level, that's the path. And I'm grateful that, the gal before with 30 years of Crohn's and not going out to a restaurant with her husband and all of those things, that definitely impacts her. She understands why they're not going, but it also impacts him and their children or their family, however that is cut out. And, I said it in Winnipeg that night. Had I not stepped off that wheel of trying to do more surgeries and more medications. The projection is, and it's real, is that you end up in a wheelchair with a bag, you become immobile, and you end up, either your family is taking care of you. And that only can go on for so long. And now look at what we've done to the entire dynamic of our family. Sometimes these things are necessary, you know, but in my case, thankfully, it's not been that way. And I have, in the grand scheme, pretty good health. I would say real good health. Always room for improvement. Yeah.
We're going to get there, but I just want to slow us down again, because you're making the point, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to upset you, Gail.
No.
So, but it's just what you've gone through has been so terrible that I guess there's no easy way to say it, but you're bringing up the point that the families suffer, and sometimes we forget that that's huge. Like and you were also sharing the very truthful information that people suffering with Crohn's, that suffering's awful, but it doesn't get better in the medical system.
No.
And you just get sicker and sicker, and then you end up in a wheelchair. And when you said a bag, you mean with a colostomy bag.
Right.
So that it's not even going through, you the way it should. It's going into a bag that needs to be changed. And there's all this complications with infections around the bag. And frankly, it's gross.
Yeah.
To have some bag filling up with your fecal matter that needs to be changed. And your family's going to end up caring for you.
Yeah.
And even if your mother, Teresa, like, I'm sorry, I got married to my spouse to have a relationship, to go for walks, and it's for better or worse, but you're affected when your spouse is sick. You're affected when your mom is sick.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're affected that your mom can't go to your birthday party because you wanted to go to the water slides.
Right. Yeah. Every dynamic changes. And, if you don't marry into a situation that is the healthiest, or I'm going to tell you what, this does not help it. And, yes, I would do whatever for a family member when that's what's needed. But everybody plays out, and that takes a huge toll. That means when I come home with a diagnosis like that, or here's the next step down the road, now I'm in a wheelchair and a colostomy bag. It's not just my world that changed. Everybody else has to shift to come into alignment as best they can into a situation they have no clue what they're walking into. None. And I think it's just so insane that doctors don't have the knowledge, or you're not showing that in university. Why wouldn't you be getting that knowledge? And maybe some do. I don't know. But to just say, well, then don't eat it. Honest to Pete, that would have negated 90% of the foods out there. If your body cannot handle it, it cannot handle it. And your entire family has to shift with you. Some can do that, some can't. And eventually, things get too much. You have to shift an entire home out to make that work. Or buy another one. Buy a home that's one level so that you can use your chair on one floor. The amount of expense alone is incredible, or simply you're not covered in Canada. That's the way that goes,
Gail, how, like you described for us how, as a basically young girl, you were sick, and you really got overprescribed antibiotics. Like, that now looking back. I think you said earlier, you'd be on antibiotics for 6 months at a time.
Right.
And that led to other issues, Crohn's being one of them. How long? So first of all, when were you diagnosed with Crohn's? Like, when did you start with Crohn's, and how long did you suffer with it?
I started seeing the symptoms in hindsight when I was about 14. And then when I was 19, I started going to the doctor and then diagnosed after some testing. And then it was straight to surgery.
Which
So
didn't help at all.
in hindsight, knowing what I know now, it made it worse. Because when you lose your intestine, it's gone when they cut it out. If you use alternative health, that heals. You can heal your intestine. So I understand that was their protocol. That's how they did it. It does not. It actually sets you up for major trouble down the road. So that's tough to get out of it. And just mentally alone, if you're down that slippery slope and you look at the incision in your stomach and you look at your, perhaps things aren't going so well in your life, and you see the level of care you're going to need when there is absolutely no time for that. Yeah, the writing's on the wall, and it was by the grace of God that I got out of that mindset. So hopefully that answered your question, but yeah.
But well, how long? What age were you when you finally started? You stepped out of the mainstream medical system because you're under
Yep.
mainstream medical care until you step out of it. When was it that you stepped out of it?
After the surgery, they had prescribed steroids and said, so I was taking those, and to be honest, I did it for maybe a week. I'll tell you, I didn't even know who I was. And I thought going back to the other is going to be better than the way I'm feeling right now. So I stepped out of that. And that was the last prescription. That's when I stepped away from the medical field, which would have been probably more like when I was 21 by that time.
Right.
And,
But it was a long time before you found the answer.
Yeah, there was a big gap. I was still living in Canada at the time, of course, after the surgery, and I moved out of Canada 38 years ago. And I had been here for probably 5. And a dear friend of mine who was going through a terminal illness at the time of cancer, he had said, you just got to meet this doctor. Dean was in a group of 30 people that they knew that we're not going to make it. Because Dean was seeking and using alternative health, he lived another 11 years. Everyone else had passed away off of that disease.
Okay, I think we just lost the feed.
Yep, sorry.
There we go. So, Gail,
yeah.
we just lost the feed for a second. So you were telling us, we were just at the point, you were telling us that your friend, he lived for 11 years, but everyone else in his group that had that type of cancer, they all passed away. And then you went just blank for a couple of minutes or a couple of seconds. So.
Yep. So Dean and Dean had lived that long because he had been seeing this doctor, and he just, again, Dean walked in, here's my problem, and what are we going to do? And, he came in and he just said, this is it. Here's your protocol. And it was all juicing and, of course, supplements that got him back in line. So when Dean knew that I was in tough shape and I needed some help, then I got in to see this doctor immediately. And I remember sitting down after he had done an assessment, and I sat on the edge of the table, and he sat down beside me, and he brought out a 8x10 legal pad, and he started drawing pictures. And he just said, okay, so this is your problem, and this is what we're going to do. And it was that simple. And I remember thinking, okay, I'll do whatever you say. I do.
So that's simple, meaning nutrition largely through juicing. And obviously we're having a signal problem with Gail, but we'll wait for her to come back. Okay.
There we go.
So
Sorry.
no, it's fine. And let's put
Yeah.
Gail back on the screen big. So Gail, carry on with that story. I was just saying, I mean, he was saying it was simple, but it really was just nutrition through juicing primarily.
It was, in my case, my body couldn't handle the amount of nutrients, even though it was broken down in juicing. So that wasn't my protocol. It was where I had some shakes, Ultra Inflamex. And the big deal is when you've got problems like that for years, you might as well say your guts are just like they're raw. They do not function. And so I needed something to go in and pull the inflammation out of my body. And so the Ultra Inflamex shakes, and it was bare bones. At the time, it was organic rice cakes and any type of beef or chicken that was not processed or had anything negative in it. Some apples, and that was it. Those were 3 shakes a day, and we just had to calm my entire body down. And I would say within 2 weeks, I had stopped running to the bathroom. My body had adjusted to the shakes, and there were supplements in there to help coat the lining of my stomach. And it was just basic, but it just couldn't be anything that would overload my body. It had to stay really simple. So to hear him sit there and say, okay, so here's what we're going to do. And I mean, I was calm, and I knew how good he was. And this was a whole new arena for me. And yet I just knew to trust. I wasn't so desperate anymore, Shawn, to be honest. And again, that's God coming in, because I had no reason to not be desperate. And I just felt very safe in that environment. And he had an answer. He could sit there and look me in the eye and say, this is it. This is how we'll do it. And I stuck to that protocol like glue. I did not miss a beat. And that's when I started seeing light at the end of the tunnel.
How long did it take for you to reach that point where you thought, wait a second, I'm going to become well?
Yeah, I didn't dare to think, honestly, how well I could get. I simply initially was looking for relief. And that came in the first couple of weeks where I saw things calming down. I was starting to think clear again, and I could hold the food down that I was told to eat. And I would say I was probably a year into it where I went, okay. I mean, by a year, there was no more issues in the bathroom. There was no more diarrhea. Stick to that food protocol. And then as I went on, like I would see him every 2 weeks. And then he would just, nope, we're staying here. We're staying here. We're not changing anything. And then it hit a point where, okay, now we can add in this. And that's when I started seeing, okay, we have traction now. This is going to be good. And then all of a sudden one day it just dawned on me, that is over now. That life is now over. And
wait, you're not going to end up in a wheelchair with a colostomy bag and then an institution because your family can't care for you anymore?
Right. Yeah. I mean, my feeling on why they're trying to suppress all this, and it's just a crying shame. And I really think it's like the gentleman said earlier, people have to get so desperate and so down where you don't know whether you're going to make it. And then you just, for me, I just had to take a pause and go, wait a minute, none of this is working. I am stepping out of this, and doing nothing is better than that. I mean, honest to Pete, doing nothing puts you miles ahead of staying on a steroid and a colostomy bag and a wheelchair and into an institution. You're better off nothing. Use your start going back to common sense again. And I really do think that with the events that you and Teresa have been holding, I mean, people are catching on that there is a much bigger picture here.
This is the thing that I think we're all just collectively coming to understand, Gail, is, you shared with us in Winnipeg, but I pre-interviewed you. I already knew what your story was going to be. This Jan that we spoke about in Llyodminster, I didn't get to pre-interview her. So until, just before the event. And I have to say, I'm angry because how many Canadians are out there suffering with Crohn's and like really suffering? How many, 18-year-old girls have 14-inch scars on them? That's just the incision line, let alone the half-inch staples. They'll never wear a bikini again, even if they were healthy enough to do it. And just the trauma of having to go through that type of surgery and then realizing you're no better anyway, and just facing being sick. Basically, the medical system told you were going to suffer for the rest of your life and end up in a wheelchair with a colostomy bag and become institutionalized. Like that, that's hell on earth. I'm sorry, that's what that is. And you didn't need to, and nobody needs to. That's what's grieving me. Like I'm angry. I feel like weeping right now because this is so wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. I am one of the fortunate ones. What about the ones who never find it? Who, life truly does fall apart. Because if you're an institution, life goes on beyond that, your family, etc. And again, it is so unnecessary, and it's total greed. I'll be that blunt. That's the only reason this is happening. If the medical system really believed in nutrition, they would put that into their schooling. But they get 2 hours in. That's where I get angry, Shawn. This is pure greed and manipulation. They are openly withholding what could totally heal millions of human beings, on whether it's depression or anxiety or where all these things come from. Our bodies are not balanced. Our body will take care of all these things if we're balanced. So, but all those things are withheld, and I have lived, I'm going to be 64 in January. I've lived long enough in both systems to see, and I'm grateful that I know when it's time to get myself to the hospital. But I can advocate for myself now. And I go, nope, I don't have a problem saying, nope, I'm going to hold off on that. Or this is not going to happen. I'm not signing off on this. But the medical system has gotten so incredibly powerful, has been forever, but they are pretty blatant about it now. And it's either do it this way or the highway. I mean, you can't even go to a dentist now without having x-rays done when you've had a cleaning on your teeth. I've had 3 dentists turn me down now because I wouldn't accept the x-rays every time. I don't have a toothache. So they're shutting this stuff, they're tightening things up.
It's changing. Now, I want to segue into something that's also super important that I want you to share about, and that's going to be the painting. Mm-hmm. So, because what we've just been sharing is super important and thank you. So, because I even saw in the chat, somebody was talking about a family member that had Crohn's, and hopefully some people will share this so that people with Crohn's can go, can you put me in touch with Gail West?
Right.
And we will.
Yes.
So
yes, please
just
do.
so you know, we will,
Yeah.
and we'll put you in touch with Jan. And and it's not just Crohn's. It's what we've learned on this health show is just there's so many people suffering, and it's so absolutely needless. But there's a really beautiful side to your story also, and I need you to share that with us. So can you share with us that journey?
Yeah.
Right down to who it's all about.
Yeah. Amen. It was probably 11 years ago now. I was sitting in church one morning, and at our church we sit at tables and chairs, and I was sitting there, and before the service started, and I just sat there and looked straight ahead, and something came over me, and I started conversing with God. And it was a conversation. And I just said, God, I should be happier than I am. I don't know what to do anymore. I won't look to the left or the right. I'm asking you to tell me. And I said, you know my heart. You know I'm a very, I'm not impatient. But when I say something's going to get done, it gets done. And I said, this time I will hold off. I will be patient, and I will wait for you to show me. And one thing I said at the time is, I will not look to the left or the right. I'll do as you tell me. And I was at a time in my life when I really, you should have it all. I thought I should have it all together. And it was far from the case. So God leads us to these conversations that make us think that it's our idea to talk to him. And that wasn't the case. So he knew we needed to have a chat. And when I said to him, I will not look to their left or the right, first, I didn't know that that's actually in Scripture. And second, when I said it, I just got this feeling that went down into my stomach. And it was a good feeling, but it was where I knew that he heard it and that I understood what I said. And it was seeded into me. And a little bit later, my husband had been in the ICU a lot, and would only go for prescriptions. And so we were in a very different place, and a girlfriend invited me over to paint at her house. I'd never painted. I didn't like art class. The joke was I didn't, if I was to have my clothes put together by somebody, they would have to do it. I wouldn't know how to put anything together. So color wasn't my thing. And I went over and painted at her house that night. And again, he had led me there, and I painted. And I'm originally from Manitoba, and right away, from that first painting, he gives me the title of my artwork within 15 minutes of starting it. And it was titled Fall in Manitoba. And I took it to the printer. I just thought, this is what I'm going to give my family for Christmas on canvas. And it was a big hit. And probably 6 months later, I was sitting in church again, and they had said, what can we do to help this other village in Ethiopia be able to come to school in this existing village that had been founded? And just that day before I left for church, there was one of my greeting cards because I turned the painting into cards as well. And it was sitting on the table. I had no clue why I picked it up and put it in my purse. And then when I got to church, I put it on the table. And then that's when I had found that they had said, how could we, oops, sorry. Tracy, I had found that I would, hang on, somebody's coming to get her. So I had found that I had,
keep
you
going,
get her
it's
now?
okay. Yeah.
Yep. So I had sat there, and when they said, how are we going to How are we going to be able to fund this village coming over? And I looked immediately at the card and I went, oh, okay, so this is how we're going to do it. We're going to help sell the cards. And I went to the pastor after and he said, yep, that's how we're going to do it. So from then on, that was God showing me the way of working with my art. And as I sat down to do the second painting, I realized that I didn't really feel like I knew what I was doing yet. And I sat there and I just said, okay, God, I don't want to be a one-hit wonder. I'm calling you back in and help me out. So it was every time I say a prayer or do a painting, I say a prayer asking him to come in and give his breath to the painting and take me out of the equation totally. And that is what he does every time. And I've painted commissions for people that needed to have something special for a family. And he has always guided me to not ever ask for any influence on the painting. And I will just say, okay, I know who it's for. And that's it. That's all they could say to me. And it's just one short story. A gal had lost her husband suddenly in a car accident. And so the realtor, her cousin, was having to sell their home quickly. And so she had said, the realtor had hired me to paint something for her cousin that just lost her husband. So I will either see, God will either show it to me in my sleep, or sometimes he won't show me anything until I sit down and I say the prayer. And that's what happened on this one. He showed me mountains and a valley. So I painted it, and within the 15 minutes, the name of the painting is I Will Meet You in the Valley. And I completed it, and normally I hand it off to the person that's commissioned it. And this time it was where the recipient was going to be there to pick it up. So I showed it to her and I didn't say anything, and she read the title on the bottom and she said, do you know where I live? And I said, nope. And the new home she was buying was in the St. Croix Valley. So when she looked at it, and I do as well, that was the message from her husband that had passed, that he'll meet her in the valley. And I had no idea. So that's the power of stepping out of the way and trusting. And God gave me that gift at a time when I really needed it. And it's the only area in my life that I do not judge myself. And that's also a gift. That's usually something that an artist really struggles with. And I'm blessed to be able to say that that's not my, I trust him totally. If it makes no sense for me to paint what I'm going to paint, or, I said it before, and it's like Christmas time. You don't know what you're going to unwrap. That's how I feel when I sit down to paint with him. I don't know what's coming out.
So, can I ask, as you shared this story about, having this painting picked up by this lady who just lost her husband, yeah. I expect that it's certainly really just an honor to be of service, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like just
Amen.
Letting him touch people through you.
Right. It, and I know it truly, of course, it comes from him, but he shows me in so many ways that his hands are in all of it. I mean, it is an honor. She couldn't speak after. She stood there and just stared at it. So the artwork takes on, it's not whether it pleases your eye or does it touch your heart. And that's why you will buy anything. So that's why you take something home, is because did it touch you? Doesn't matter if the composition's right, none of that. It's about, and I stood there that day, and one more time, I went out to my vehicle and I sat down and just thank you, Lord, because it's way more than giving a painting, handing a painting over. It just reinforces that trust and faith, and it's now at the point where it's not even I never take it for granted. He's always invited in, but I'll take on some pretty big projects, and it is pure fun every time. I used to get a little scared when I was handing over a painting, and I just did 2 big pieces for somebody a month ago, and as I was loading them in my truck, I went, ooh, gosh, I hope and then I went, God caught me immediately. He said, what do you care? I told you what to paint. This is not on you. And I went, whew, okay. So it tends to be the bigger pieces now where I just go, okay, I got this. So it is an honor. He definitely gave it to me, and he listened and he seeded it into my belly. And that story will it just reinforces, if anybody's looking, I mean, if we don't think God knows our heart, he knows it. He knows it. And so you might as well spit it out. And you might as well ask and say, I'm in a rough spot here. I need some help out. And he will give you the most divine gift you didn't see coming. That is a promise.
And I expect also when you were in the middle of Crohn's and suffering, you asked him to help you find a way out.
I'm going to be honest that it wasn't until I moved to the States that, I always believed in God. We went to Sunday school, that kind of thing. But it was when I moved here that God brought me through the door on it. He knew I had heart. He knew I had something to give. He had a plan for me. And I had been patient, and I just needed to be led through the right door. And when I then started healing, and that's when I started being in a church more, and just, to me, the sermon's important, but it's to sit for me and take communion, and that's when my faith started opening up, and it was very personal between God and I right off the start. I didn't have any of the other baggage, perhaps, that comes with that. When I prayed and talked to him, it was a conversation, not so much a prayer, but a conversation. And it just grew. I'd been in a car accident. I don't think we talked about this, but probably 14 years ago. And I had been driving on ice, and I hit black ice. And I was driving a Tahoe, thankfully, and I ended up being spun around and going head first into a snowbank. And it was probably the beginning of December-ish. And I went head on. And I don't know if you've ever been in an auto accident, but everything is very slow motion. And I had said to God when I hit the bank, please, God, not this time. Not this time. I have things to do. And I had a fear of landing on the rooftop of my truck. I didn't want to be upside down, and I actually said that to him. I don't want to be upside down. And all the time that this was happening, I sensed my angel on my shoulder, and God was over here on my right. And it was an image. I knew it was him. And I was told, if you roll one more time, you will die. And I apparently had rolled 3 times by then. And I stopped rolling, and I had asked him repeatedly to save me. And I was left on my wheels. I got out, and 2 young high school students were driving by and saw it happen and gave me a ride back to someplace. God's always known, he would save me. But I just had to be through X amount of trials. And he was there. So, there's been many times when he has come out, and I'll say many, and he has pulled me out of the weeds. And walking into that alternative health doctor's office that day was when I was really aware that, gosh, how did I even get here? How did this happen? When I walked out with a small bag of things to do and some direction. And I think you live so long in not having faith in anything getting better that it's really kind of hard to believe. And yet the proof is in the pudding that take care of ourselves, use our common sense.
You just made me think of a time where I had to call out to him because I felt there was no way out of something. And I think the takeaway from what you shared with us is ask and understand that he's going to answer you.
Yeah.
Gail, it's pretty neat, isn't it?
Yeah. But I mean, people say, well, I don't know if it's him talking or me or what. Just get out of your own way. Just ask. He'll answer you right now. You don't have to sit around. You may not get your conclusion, but you will know that he's heard you.
Yeah. Gail, sadly I've got to move the show along, but I'm just so thankful that you came and shared with us. I know I feel like crying. But such an important story, and I think it's going to help a lot of people. And I'm just sincerely thank you for coming and joining us.
Yeah, and you're very welcome. And I hope somebody out there can benefit. I'm happy to speak with anybody. But I also want to say how much I've benefited from this. There were just some things I had definitely suppressed. And you and Teresa, giving people a voice is a big deal. And I know you alluded to that when you get out on tour and you hear it. But it's awakened something in me again. And so I'm very grateful for that. Thank you.
No, thank you, Gail. And I think there's something about us listening to each other, share our stories, share our journeys. That's really important.
Yeah.
And thank you because I know it's nerve-wracking to do also, right? So really thank you for your courage.
Yeah. You're very welcome. Thank you so much.
Okay. So I think we'll have Jason and Eric come up, and Jason, I told you before we started we were going to run long. So,
I didn't believe you.
Yeah, but I knew that we were going to have a beautiful evening.
Well, thank you so much for that, Gail.
You're very welcome.
A great talk, very inspiring. And we'll see you again soon.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anytime I can help.
Thanks, Gail.
Thank you.
Yeah. Take care.
Bye-bye. All
Okay,
right. Well, we do have to get caught up on some slideshows because we're now at 45% of the giving goal. We have we're almost triple the amount of viewers than when we started. So I would like to shout out to the chat and to everyone watching. Every little bit helps. I know that many of you are here because you are subscribed to the newsletter, which if you're not, why not? So, I know a lot of you have donated already, and some of you watching may not be able to donate right now. And that's fine. If you can't donate, then repost and share this on the social media that you're watching on. Share it on Facebook, share it on X, and let people know, because that's just as important. So everyone can do a bit. And for all the new people that are joining, consider donating a bit to keep this cause moving along. Thank you very much for those that have donated. And I know we've got to get caught up on first Alder. Alder Health. Now that place has a claim possibly as Canada's oldest health store. If I
it has two possible claims, because I think that it's been there for over 50 years. So it may be Canada's oldest health food store, but it's also been in the same location. So if it's not the oldest health food store, it's most likely for sure the longest running health food store in a single location, but it could be both.
Amazing.
You know what's interesting is they have in the back, they have the jars with all of their product where like a bulk where you could just, I need like a scoop of mushrooms. There's a jar there and you just get the scoop of mushrooms. It was like going back into this time capsule of how perhaps things are supposed to be.
And it's like in big glass jars?
Yeah. There was one
cool.
picture in there. It was like just this whole row of all of these jars. I just I have no idea what I'm staring at, but this all looks very important.
I mean, they also have all your packaged products and stuff like that. Like they're a full, but a lot of, it's not uncommon for health food stores to have, bulk herbs, because a lot of people, just for their teas or their own combinations they're not going to buy it themselves bulk, but they sure appreciate being able to come in and get some. So, it's not uncommon if you shop around.
Oh, yeah. Even up here, Whitehorse, Riverside Foods, it's got a big bulk section up in the back. People, natural health food people love that stuff. Certainly use enough of things like natural flowers and nuts and stuff like that. So amazing. So then Rick donated and requested Quebec. So I got to meet Marie Lise there, the hostess, and I figure if she can, get a little more personal and get her energy up, she might have a future doing this.
Yeah, she's just a sweetheart. So she also made it to Parliament Hill from, starting in Quebec City to bring petitions that she was collecting in Quebec on the tour. So she spoke on Parliament Hill when we delivered the petitions and spoke in French. And she's just a sweetheart. So we're just so thankful for her and for her energy. And she has her own personal health story, as so many people in the natural health community do, which is just compelling. So.
Fantastic. All right. It is time for us to move on to a regular segment of the NHPPA show, since we're almost 30 minutes into where we normally would have started the show. But today is the Giveathon. So please consider giving, people in chat, while we check in on what's been going on social media with Eric Clegg and the feed.
Okay, sounds good. What a hectic few months it's been. It hasn't even slowed down, and the engagement has been quite exciting to see. We've got lots of comments, shares, new followers. We've actually just hit a milestone this past week with over 10,000 followers on Facebook, which is pretty cool. 15,000 followers on Instagram, and X is slowly building as well. So, Teresa, I think your tell people to tell people slogan is having an effect. Folks seem to be becoming more engaged, and I think people are starting to realize that there are a few little problems with our system. But judging by the support for the Charter of Health Freedom and the recent C224 campaign, I think there's real hope for making some change. But of course, we can't let up. Support the NHPPA, follow us, share our posts, and participate in our campaigns. So our recent C224 campaign had tons of comments. I haven't had a chance to reply to many of them yet, but we'll read a few here. Cheryl says, thank you for doing this. You've made this easy for so many of us that are busy in the field. Love what you're doing and support you. Please keep going. Don't give up. And yes, it is actually quite easy for the C224 campaign. You just need to visit the website, nhppa.org. You'll see a link there on the homepage. We have a form where you can simply enter your name, and then you just hit send. Or you can customize it to add your own text, your own message, and it just takes 1 or 2 minutes, and your MP and the party leaders will all get your email. From Burlington, Natural Health Products cuts into the profits for Big Pharma. Well, that could be a typo. I'm not sure. And can make you healthier. Being healthy isn't part of their agenda of keeping you sick and dependent. And then there's dollar signs after it. Is she implying it's about money? No, couldn't be. Downsize mentions there's already laws to ensure health products are safe, so stop the big pharma takeover of basic health products. This is true. We actually have the laws. We just need to make sure that the Health Canada follows the laws, right? Danka says, amazing. Thank you for helping us have our voices heard. And from Simone, thank you so much, NHPPA, for your tireless work on this front, and a huge, huge thanks to him. And she's meaning Blaine Calkins. And I'm suddenly thinking of the meme with the beer guy, the most interesting man in the world. There we go. Just a little comedy. Blaine has been great, actually, for this 224 campaign. He's really been
Rick, you'll have to send that to Blaine.
Yeah, oh, man. It fits right in there. He matches. So yeah. So basically, she says huge thanks to him for his amazing speech. Love how he advocated for the small businesses that want to help people on the health front.
And just, Rick, so people know what you're talking about. So when Blaine introduced Bill C-224 in Parliament, he gave a speech, which is worth watching. I think you can find the link on our social media and the like.
We have it ready to play.
Okay.
You want to play it then?
Oh, we can do it later. We can do it now. We can finish off the feed. We can hold it. Hold it hostage for later.
Okay.
We do have it, though.
Great. Kimberly also replied, it's because I took pharmaceutical crap like birth control and ibuprofen that I now have major gut issues and need natural health products to get me back to normal. Keep fighting for us, and I'll keep writing letters and helping. Thank you, Kimberly. We aren't stopping, and we're happy to hear that you aren't either. So after the Health Charter Tour, we managed to take a couple hours off. We're starting to post clips from the world's greatest health show and a sampling of the comments. We posted clips from Shawn's interview with Jason Watkin. Janine says, emotions are the root cause of all disease. This is not rocket science. But we did have a few people questioning that emotions comment, and I wonder if Jason, Shawn, I was thinking Jason might be here to answer that because he talked about it, but maybe Shawn would like to chime in on that a bit later, saying that emotions are the root causes of all disease. A lot of people don't agree, but seems to be a major cause.
I think there's some real truth there. So, but we're backing up. I think we probably should watch the Blaine Calkins video, have me comment on it, and then carry on with the feed, or we're going to have all these things stacked.
We can do that.
It's quite long. We'll watch a bit of it.
Yeah.
Debate. The honourable member for Ponoka Didsbury.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's certainly a pleasure for me to rise for the second Parliament in a row and present a bill to restore the traditional definition of natural health products. For Canadians watching at home, you might recall that back in the last Parliament in 2023, the government of the day, the Trudeau government of the day, introduced Budget Implementation Act Bill C-47, which redefined natural health products, which have been basically a standalone regulatory body, and it had its own regulations and its own legislation. But the government of the day changed that to make natural health products regulated the same as therapeutic drugs, which meant that all of the processes that Health Canada use to pre-approve sites, to pre-approve products for natural health products now would be the same as therapeutic drugs. So that would include getting something as simple as a vitamin B complex to the marketplace would be just as complicated and potentially as convoluted as getting a new cancer treatment drug to the marketplace. And of course, the government's intention through that Bill C-47 change of the definition was to do cost recovery on the natural health product industry the same way that they do on the pharmaceutical industry. Given the fact that big pharmaceutical industries have billions of dollars of research and development funds and they have a completely regulated allopathic healthcare system, natural health products can't compete in that space. And we'll talk more about that red tape. But I just wanted to be clear with Canadians that there was no consultation at the time that Bill C-47 was brought through. As a matter of fact, there was no debate. I couldn't find anything that the government said at the time in Bill C-47 about natural health products. It was just tucked in this massive omnibus budget implementation act. The Natural Health Products Protection Association had no idea. The Canadian Health Food Association had no idea. The Direct Sellers Association had no idea. The Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses didn't know. So this was all done. It was a plan hatched in a back room where Health Canada officials, I'm assuming, basically duped the Minister of the Day, Mark Holland, into putting this into the budget implementation, and it created a firestorm of activity. For parliamentarians that were here in the last Parliament, you'll remember that various campaigns were initiated by Canadians across the country, whether it's the Natural Health Products Protection Association, the Canadian Health Food Association, Save Our Supplements campaigns. MPs were, I have a stack of cards, Madam Speaker, and I think you probably do as well, that was at least 2 feet high in my office from concerned Canadians. And I'll just say that Canada's Parliament is supreme in this matter, and it shouldn't be overlooked by Health Canada officials that want to just have their way all of the time where Canadians are concerned. Our job as parliamentarians is to make sure that the laws and regulations therein or thereunder reflect what Canadians' wishes are. And overwhelmingly, this Parliament has been told time and time again by Canadians, whether they're involved in the business directly or whether they're consumers, that they don't want their government to be treating natural health products like they're a therapeutic drug. They want the traditional definition restored. So we go back to 1998. There was 53 recommendations in the Health Committee report suggesting that natural health products be regulated and classified and categorized on their own. There was opposition when the law was tried to change in 2014 by the creation of Vanessa's Law, and the thought was Health Canada could sneak health products in under the Vanessa's Law rubric. but of course there was pushback on that at that particular point in time, which led to massive industry consultation and consultation with Canadians. And of course, natural health products have been regulated since that time, 2014, 2015, on their own, and it actually created a time and opportunity because of that consultation of the previous Harper government that the natural health product industry has actually flourished and become the gold standard, or at least was the gold standard, for a number of years until Bill C-47 was passed. So the bill in the previous Parliament was C-368, it's now C-224. And I just want to say how important it is that Canadians understand that if this bill does not pass, then Health Canada will have the powers to regulate natural health products as if they're therapeutic drugs. So we need to undo that. That is a cash grab by Health Canada to basically charge the fees that they wanted to charge. They called it the self-care framework for a time. This would massively increase the cost for creating a site license, and it would also increase the cost massively for getting a product to the market. So already prior to C-47, Canada was like I said, an icon and very much the highest standard of regulations of natural health products globally. The International Alliance of Dietary Food Supplements Association, IADSA, basically said in their written submission to committee on Bill C-368 in the previous Parliament, up to now, Canada has been a world leader in the regulation of dietary supplements. We fear that the proposed changes to Canada's regulatory framework for natural health products risk creating an environment that could stifle the industry and limit Canadians' access to high-quality supplements. IADSA has always promoted the Canadian model as a global reference point for governments across the world who are creating or redeveloping their regulatory systems. This Canadian model is recognized as providing consumers access to products which are safe and beneficial while fostering innovation and supporting investment in the sector. Well, that's exactly the shape that the previous Harper administration left the natural health products industry in, and it's precisely the challenge that the changes in Bill C-47 have actually posed and have undone all of that good work and created uncertainty in the environment. Our brand, Madam Speaker, is very reputable, or at least it was. For products and manufacturers and distributors across the world, if it had that natural product number and it had that Made in Canada symbol on the label, it was trusted pretty much globally that a natural health product sold around the world that was developed and processed and regulated in Canada could be trusted to be safe and the contents that were in the bottle matched the contents that were on the label, or matched the labeling requirements, Madam Speaker. So that was our reputation then. That is not the case anymore.
All right. So there's another 10 minutes of that.
Yeah. So
what a great speaker, noticing how little he looked at notes while delivering a 15-minute speech like that. Very impressive.
Yeah, no, thanks for sharing that, Jason. And we'll get back to the feed in a second. Just so we're not stacking, though. So there was that one person, Eric, you shared with us that asked, or suggested that, emotions are a significant factor in our health. And what came to mind is one of the speakers in the health show, and people can go to our site, I think. Well, you guys will update me on that. We're going to have it so that every speaker, or most speakers, are there with easily accessible videos. Well, Dr. Eric Arata, who had been a naturopathic doctor, I think, for a good 30 years. And I'm interviewing from the show, and I don't ask him, what's your biggest success? I ask him, what is the patient that impacted you the most? And what came to his mind he said, well, there was this 10 or 11-year-old girl. And, her mother brings her in, and she had been suffering terribly with allergies, like big rashes and the runny nose, and like so much so that she couldn't go to school. And the medical system couldn't solve the problem. And as I'm interviewing him, he's saying, well, I'm doing the interview and I'm watching the interaction with the mother and all of this. And I realize that it's an emotional issue. Well, I'm thinking as I'm doing the interview with Dr. Arata, I'm not really buying what you're selling here. So I asked him can you explain this for me? Because, I didn't say I wasn't buying what you're selling. I just asked him if he would explain it. And what he says is he says, we have a parasympathetic nervous system And when it's in fight or flight, and can you move us back, Jason? I'm getting distracted with the scrolling. But so Jason's just showing you guys that our website, we've got all of this. So Dr. Rad is saying to me, listen, we've got a parasympathetic nervous system, and when you're in fight or flight, you don't digest your food because you're there to run away or to fight. Well, she was locked in that because of the dynamics with her mother. And when you're locked in it, you start getting inflammation. You actually literally become allergic to your food, and it's letting big particles through. Well, very quickly, because the mother bought into the problem, it was solved. So, and I've heard that cancers and heart disease and all of that is often us hanging on to emotion. So I don't know, but I think that person who commented is onto something. And, maybe we'll want to get some guests on to flesh that out.
Great idea. Yeah. We also had Nick Mancuso, who was supposed to be on tonight, but he was unfortunately unavailable to make it. But the interview that, Shawn, you did with Nick was, we posted some of it on social media, and that was one of the highest ranking in the past few weeks for a lot of interest, a lot of comments. Barbara mentioned yes to everything Nick Mancuso so poignantly expressed. Now, Nick is an actor, a famous Hollywood actor, in case you didn't know. The love of money over the love of one another is the root of all evil. So let's take away the stumbling block by inverting the valuation and financial incentives of service towards health and well-being, and not perpetual disease to maintain clientele who finance it. That's well put. And I really love Nick's comment about how several thousand years ago, the Chinese emperor passed a law. Everybody in China had to pay a few cents to their doctors per year. And the moment they got sick, they stopped paying. They stopped their payments, and they have to be treated. So basically that takes the profit motive out of it. So doctors would be paid when they heal somebody and not when somebody is sick. So that sounds like a great way to go.
It truly does.
It does.
Yeah.
Brenda says, I love seeing celebrities speaking on this. There's got to be more. And, it's kind of funny how we all love to hear what celebrities think, like their opinion matters more. But imagine if they all did speak out, and instead of worrying about being canceled, what a difference that would make. I'm sure we'd have a lot more positivity going around. Brian commented, just make sure that when you're debating and promoting natural health products, that the focus stays on supplements for now. Any energy-based methods will distract from the work being done with the government. Interesting perspective, but I actually think that, as Jason Watkin had mentioned in his interview with Shawn, it comes down to quantum physics and the idea that nothing happens until something's being observed, and it's all just potential. So we help to shape the outcomes with our thoughts and our beliefs and our actions. So we really need everybody to take action. And it's easy. Just visit NHPPA.org. So Tina says we have to become louder. And Tina, I figure we should start a metal band and I'll play drums. Jason, maybe you can join in. People are forgetting what they did to us. I don't get it. Diana commented, unfortunately, the government is making it harder for many of us to stay healthy and prevent illnesses by taking good drugs off the market, overcharging for supplements, and making whole foods very expensive. Shawn also did an interview with Eldon Dahl. No relation to you, Jason, I don't think, as far as I know.
We're related somehow.
Yeah.
It's not
he
many
had some
of us
comments
around.
he had some comments on the benefits of ginger, which struck a chord with some people. Lily says, as far as them trying to make natural health products illegal, well, they don't care about tobacco or hardline drugs that are actually enslaving people. So why make health products banned? Ask yourself why. I use ginger in everything, and I haven't been sick in ages. We also had an interview with Chantal Anne Dumas, she was doing interviews for the Quebec, a lot of the Quebec people in French, but she did an interview with Shawn in English, and you can see that on the website as well. And she was talking about how health challenges resulted in her actually becoming involved in the field of naturopathy. So I think a lot of people who go into that field, it's based on their experience. As Miss Michaud says, most naturopathic doctors come to this profession because of their personal journey.
Right.
And so we usually get a lot of comments and likes on the video clips from the World's Greatest Health Show that we've been posting. And that sort of leads me to pose the question, what is it that you would like to see in the social feed? Is it information on the NHPPA and our campaigns? Is it cool images and funny memes? Videos of people talking about their health journey? Or would you prefer cute cat videos? So let us know in the poll that Jason's posted here. And that's where we're at with the socials. Back to you, Jason.
On the various socials, we did post that poll. Some are done, some are not. It was interesting to see the split on socials. People on X, it was 60% wanted informative posts about the NHPPA and issues. And with the same questions posted on YouTube, 60% wanted videos. Kind of makes sense, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a lot more of those videos. The clips from all the interviews are going to be posted in the coming weeks and months, and you can see them all at nhppa.org/speakers. We've got everything posted up there.
That's right. Just getting set here, and we're pretty soon we'll have a new guest for you. But I've got very quick campaign updates for everyone because we have run a few. Let's go. So first off, on campaign to send letters supporting Bill C-224, we have had over 5,000 letters sent supporting the passage of C-224, and the amazing Blaine Calkins, who has sponsored this, and we've already got it into second reading. Second reading is, they ran out of time for second reading, so that will resume. Parliament is a strange beast, so C-224 now drops down in the order of protocols and will rise up as they cover each topic. So it could be anywhere from weeks to months, but everything is good, still alive, support seems great. Shockingly, support is great from the Bloc, who they supported 368 last time very well as well. They're maybe a little obsessed with a few of their add-ons. They want nicotine added into it and stuff, but they've been absolutely vociferous supporters of 224 and real bulldogs. And I do want to share a clip of Luc Thierault after the government's mouthpiece, Kevin Lamoureux, spoke.
And the opportunities within the industry can, in fact, be enhanced by having more oversight. See, my time has expired, Madam Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity.
Great speech.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Aye, Madam Speaker. Rarely have I heard a speech showing such ignorance with regards to the issue and a bill.
Why doesn't he tell us what he really thinks?
I know. I was like, whoa. This is we found this while it was being broadcast because we're kind of watching to see when this is going to happen. So I was watching this all live, and I was just like, timestamp, keep this. Another cohort of his stood up and gave a great speech. A few others, conservative, and a Liberal MP as well, gave quite a positive take on it, though they just can't quite let go of this idea that more regulations will be better, which is where Kevin Lamoureux had been coming from. So the thought occurred to us to write letters to each one of these MPs that stood up and spoke to support this bill, and you guys sent over 300 to each. So, well over 1,300 letters went out, and each MP probably for the first time in ages, got a really nice letter saying thank you very much for doing your job, instead of please do this, please do that, I demand that you do this, which is our, our normal tone, I would think. As Canadians, we don't want you to hurt us. Please stand up for us. But here, we took the opportunity and we wanted to thank everyone for sending those letters. So each of them over the last 12, 14 days would have received hundreds of letters saying thank you very much for standing up for this. And we hope that makes for even stronger presence when this comes back up on second reading. So as far as campaigns go, you guys have been responding incredibly. We are going to be moving into a new kind of side campaign next week. Shawn, or do we want to give a little preview of that, do you think? Or mystery?
No, but I did want to say on the 224, let's keep going. So we're really proud of the number of letters that have been sent. But you can send some every day, and our system rotates through at least 3 letters, and you can change the text. You can change the RE line, and that's important because if they're going through their emails and there's all the same RE line, they might skip over yours if it just blends in. But if you put your own RE line, and then please, you're invited to print them out afterwards. I know it's a little bit of work to print it out and write out the envelope, but it makes a huge difference. Like a single printed letter they receive is probably worth more than 1,000 emails. So even though, until it's voted on in second reading, we could lose that, right? Because, it's tighter than last time. And I know that MP Blaine Calkins would really appreciate us continuing to send letters. And so let's please do that. And it sends a message. And, when you're in the health food store and you see that postcard you've already send another one. Send it to the Prime Minister instead of your MP, Prime Minister.
Absolutely, Teresa.
Yeah,
Bernie.
It would be really nice to know who that Liberal one, who was a little bit on the fence. Maybe we could send him a whole bunch of love letters. Maybe we could encourage him. I wonder if we could encourage him.
Yes. I think that's a very nice idea.
Yeah. And I wonder who else is close, the Bloc, or who else needs some NHPPA love?
Bloc are great. NDP are so tiny. Not that, they have seats. No, but it's not like they're not worth it. They are. They're so tiny, but the Bloc is there. They're hung up on nicotine, like horridly hung up.
So let's talk about that. So they're really kind of it's really they're misreading the current bill, because this bill 224 is slightly different than the 368, and nicotine's already protected. So if you are an NHP containing nicotine and you're meant as a smoking cessation, treatment, Bill 224 isn't going to change anything for you. And last time that was the Bloc's issue, is we can't trust the Tobacco Products Act. We need the Food and Drug Act. So in a way, I think they're misreading the bill. But in any event, we definitely need people in Quebec interacting with the Bloc more so than we need any other party interacted with. The Bloc is crucial. This won't happen without the Bloc. And once we're in committee, we need them to understand the bill is perfectly fine. I think they're just misreading it. They have so much information overload. It is crazy. It's so easy for them to miss things.
Right. So it's good to know that we've sent 700 letters to the 2 Bloc MPs that did speak up. So there we go. We'll keep encouraging them.
Yes, because they'll tell their friends that they've got some nice letters, right? And their friends may be jealous.
Well, it was very interesting meeting and walking around Parliament with Blaine Calkins. And in a totally casual way, so you get to find out what it's like for them to receive these letters. And he spoke of receiving the postcard, the deluge of postcards, and the reactions from other MPs. It was literally the talk of the town, and that really hammers home Shawn's point about physical media, the physical postcards you can get from our site. Printing out your letter and sending it in is the weight of perhaps 100, who knows, 500 e-petitions, because e-petitions are very common nowadays, right? And of course, there's a value in doing that, of course. Don't let me turn you off that. But the physical stuff, I noted that right away. They were like, wow, people with them pouring over their desks, right? It's very different. So it was very cool to see what that's like. So that getting several hundred letters of encouragement is going to affect these MPs. They're going to talk about it at lunch.
Yep.
Yeah. So
yeah,
we keep on going.
Huge. I think Blaine had mentioned when we were there that when he gets 10 letters a week, was that what he said, Shawn?
Physical letters.
10 physical letters a week. It's like basically like stop the presses. This is something so huge we have to pay attention. So if those 300 people print out those 300 e-letters to the thank you letters and actually mailed those to those two block MPs, then those two block MPs would each get 300 thank you letters. Like, that's pretty impressive. They're going to talk about that.
You can't overestimate the printed over the email.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Donations are still rolling in. Thank you, everyone. Pamela donated 50. You can pick a location for the next slideshow if you'd like. Roger donated $2.50. Thank you so much. And you can join us on stream. If you email media@nhppa.org, we'll send you a link and you can come say hi. Ask your question in person. And Pamela A donated $100. Thank you so much. We are 53% of the way there. We're getting there. We got at least another hour to go, at least. You guys can do it. You can get us there. We're well over the halfway point now. Audience is growing. We're 4 times the number of viewers than when we started. We're hitting prime time now, so anything you can do, find a way to help out and keep access to natural health products a thing.
Jason, can I just kind of give a pitch on the fundraising thing?
Of course.
We started the NHPPA in 2008, and the NHPPA is a federally incorporated nonprofit. And we've always been a fairly small outfit. And we're still a very small outfit, but we're the only group out there doing this. We are the single only group out here doing this. We formed the NHPPA in 2008 because of the need for an organization that would professionally analyze what was happening accurately, that wasn't taking any funding from government, and that was actually trying to protect our access to natural health products. And, there used to be other consumer groups, out there. They didn't ever have the horsepower that we do as far as the analysis. And, I think we still have on our website discussion papers from years and years ago. If you look at our predictions, you'll see that they're coming true. Like, we've been uncannily accurate. And it's not that there's anything special about our abilities. It's just the reality is if you watch Health Canada over a period of time, it's very clear their trajectory. I mean, it's very clear that they want to get us to a place where really we don't have any option other than the chemical pharmaceutical drugs model funded by the government through universal health care. Like, there's this whole collusion, and watch the openings at the World's Greatest Health Show, and it's almost like a university course in what's happening. It will change your opinion, but we're the only ones out there. And you wanted me to kind of give a teaser. I mean, there's this cloned meat issue that we're going to be running a campaign on, and perhaps I'll discuss a little later, because we're really pointing out we're in a manufactured consent episode. We're in the middle of it. Like, we think we've won. Health Canada's back down. No, we're being gamed here. Well, who's going to do that? Who's going to run campaigns to get support for Bill 224? We're the only ones. We're the only ones doing that. We're the only ones that create this type of analysis. And, there are sections in the Food and Drug Act that exist simply because of us. I mean, even absolutely. And we've been the ones that have created a break. It would be much worse. The NHP regulations themselves, which came into force in 2004, the intention was to get rid of the industry then. Like, it wasn't supposed to be as vibrant. It wasn't supposed to be as effective. This whole thing is a rent-seeking exercise, which is outrageous. Who else is saying that? Who else is telling you about the allopathic model? Who else is explaining to you, well, the only drugs that are approved for serious health conditions are chemical drugs? Who else is pointing out that, well, our universal health care only offers surgery or the synthetic chemical drugs, and they're in an allopathic model. They're actually not there to cure what's causing your suffering. They're there to alleviate the symptoms of your suffering, which is madness. Not a single Canadian, if they were given the choice, which they weren't, would say, oh, we want the allopathic healing tradition as the only tradition in our universal health care. And not a single one of us, if asked, but we weren't asked, we weren't given a choice, would say, oh, yes, we want to protect. We only want chemicals and surgery. What? That's madness. So, Professor Alan Castles explains in his presentation, and I've explained it publicly for years, our drug laws are there to protect intellectual property rights. They're not there to get good health outcomes. We're the only ones, and we truly need your support. This health charter tour that we just did and the World's Greatest Health Show, it's shown us that there's way more suffering than we knew. It's encouraged us. But, right now we couldn't do it again because we've so drained our finances from it that we actually would cease to exist if we did it again. So we want to recoup, because we understand we need to keep doing this. And we understand that we need to get Canadians heard, that we need to give them a forum for their voice. And we have no intention of stopping. We intend to just ramp it up. And we thank you for supporting us, because we're really, I know I speak for everyone on this program, we're really thankful to be able to do this. It's an honor to serve, and we're just grateful that you enabled this to happen. So we're doing a fundraiser. That's my fundraising plug. We're just very grateful, but we need you.
Well, it worked because Carrie just donated 25, Pierre R. just donated 50, and Teresa donated 100. Maybe we should just let you go all night, Shawn.
Right. Well, the problem is I would if you did.
Yeah.
Yes, you would.
Right.
I have to say, I never enjoyed being a lawyer, and I was a high volume trial lawyer, probably run about 1,500 trials. But the one thing I liked about it is especially when I'm doing criminal law, because there's a constitutional and common law right to full answer and defense. Is once I got to start talking, they had to listen.
Yeah.
So can I just interject there? I'm the only one here that's actually seen Shawn on trials, and he's
in court, not on trial personally.
Oh yeah, that's right. Well, yeah, no, I take that back. So he there's so many times where the judge, you could see that, like, Shawn would be breaking down the subject, and then you could see the judge, like, just like not sure. And then all of a sudden, Shawn would say a few more sentences to kind of bring the frame all together. And you could literally see the light bulb go above, turn on. And then all of a sudden, the judge was engaged. So it was very interesting to watch him.
Amazing. Wish we had video of some of this.
It was very good.
So, where are we at? We have updated on campaigns. We owe some slideshows, I think, because we just got a bunch of 50s.
And then do we have Leanne in the queue? And saw that she kind of popped in or out a few times.
Thank you. No, that's the giving goal. Leanne is not with us at the moment. You did see her pop in?
Yeah, I had seen her enter the green room a couple of times, 2 or 3 times.
I'll send her a message.
Leanne, stick around there in the green room, and then I can add you.
Well, I don't think she's there now. That's why I was asking. So we'll get her back. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's watch some of those slideshows, and then.
You bet. All right. We actually did get a little bit of press.
Yes, that was Tamara Ugolini of Rebel News, who did 2 stories on the tour, and Epoch Times, I think, did a story, and Druthers published a story, just the ones that come to mind. I don't think Western Standard did, or did they, Teresa? They might have. So
I don't think they did.
But, that was... Well, it was confirming what's really going on, isn't it? So if everyone watching this understands, so we were delivering the 3rd largest paper petition in Canadian history. So, the 3rd largest paper petition in Canadian history. That should be mainstream news. That, my gosh, a citizen petition. And driving it across Canada and holding live events. 25 live events all across Canada with basically 4 tour legs all coming in to meet in Ottawa to drop this off. All organized by citizens. All done by volunteers. You think that would be news. The Charter of Health Freedom itself should be news. And, and then we had this fun marketing with this VW van, which really is, as unreliable as it's been. I've come to totally love the van. It's just a little sweetie, and it's thematic because it was the hippies that got, us into the health food thing. So
that's what hits me. We've only got what's considered now centrist right media showing up to cover this. And now it's just flipped over to the other side of the aisle. Very strange. Very strange.
But just there should have been. So when we had, and I see Leanne, don't leave. We're going to get you up here in a moment. So we had, this wonderful opportunity for the media to participate. There was, doesn't want to be named because doesn't want to be attacked by Health Canada, but basically somebody who's been in media for like 30 years volunteered to write our press releases so that the media would pay attention. So we did a press release at the beginning of the tour announcing we were going to be in Ottawa on the 25th, but inviting them to, cover us. We paid the professional newswire. There's a few services to put it out. So this professionally written news release goes out to all of the media.
Yes.
And then same for the event on the Hill on the press conference on the 24th. So we're in the Parliamentary Press Gallery.
Yeah.
They've all been sent a professionally written news release about the event and about, we're handing off the petitions, 3rd largest one in Canadian history on the Hill. And we paid for that to go out. And then the Parliamentary Press Gallery itself sends it out. And so we do this press conference, and if those, if you want to watch it, I'm sorry, I didn't prepare. I just told God, you take it. For those of you who were watching earlier about Gail West and her painting, house, he just says, no, I'm stepping aside now. I was nervous as could be, scared that, I don't look stupid because I was going to, had to trust him to take it. My gosh, it's coming out of my mouth and I'm going, he's delivering here. It was a great press conference. And then at the end, I've stopped talking. I think we were done.
Yeah.
But we weren't done. And one of the press gallery people say, well, there were no reporters in the Zoom room because they can come in person and ask questions, but they can also attend in a Zoom room and ask questions. And he's saying there's nobody there, so there's not going to be any questions. And I say, is the camera still on? And so I talked about how actually isn't this significant, what I've just basically shared with you, that all of this has happened and not a single media person. That 2 minutes went viral. Teresa, how many people do you think watched that 2 minutes?
We're probably at 1.4 million. But what was so significant about that was we needed to do every single action leading up to that moment in order to give us the credibility to say, look, this is what's happened. This is what the people of Canada want. This is what's happening with our natural health products. We needed to do every single one of those components with the health tour, with all of the volunteers that came forward. And that, you know what, when the truth comes out, it resonates. And that's what happened. It resonated because it was the truth. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty cool. So I'm wondering, Jason, if we should have Leanne enter, and I see Caroline's also in the...
We do. We have lots of guests coming up. Let's bring Leanne on. Hi, Leanne.
Hello.
Oh, Leanne, it is so good to see you.
I'm a guest. I'm so thrilled. I'm a guest.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you.
You can run the next show if you want.
I can, eh? Okay.
Yeah,
well,
just fill out our volunteer form and I can take a night off.
Well, I have a new computer, so I had not a new one, but anyway, yeah. Sometimes when you have old people, you shouldn't give them a computer.
We're developing a friendship with Leanne. It was Beaver Lodge, right? Where we first met?
Yep. Well, actually, Shawn and Teresa had been in Grand Prairie, and I live in a really rural community. I'm about an hour west and south of Grand Prairie in a little place called Armpit, Alberta. Kidding. Anyway, it's a little place I call heaven. But and once a month I do something out here to bring awareness and information to the community. And I never know. Like, I started out with Sound of Freedom, and we just kind of went from there. But I never know whether there's 5 or 75 people going to show up. And when Shawn and Teresa agreed to come out here, I was so impressed with that they would do that. There could have only been 3 people we didn't know. But I was very grateful, and I got to meet both of them that night. And then we stayed afterwards and had some popcorn and chatted for quite a while. And I need to tell you too, you're on my top 10 list of the most ethical and honest and genuine humans on this planet. I just love you both.
Aw.
Well, let us say, Leanne, we really love you, and we won't get into personal details, but it was just so lovely to see you again in Grand Prairie. So, so people watching, so we have this event in Beaver Lodge, and I thought, Leanne, it was a great event. We were competing with the hockey playoffs, I think, if I recall correctly.
Oh, right.
So, but we still had a pretty good turnout. And then afterwards, some of us stayed and just visited and got to know each other. And Teresa and I have spoken about that often because, you have those experiences where you just all feel you're actually open and honest with each other. And And it was a lovely evening.
Well, and it was a bit of a turning point for me too, because I had wandered away from my faith, and I was into other energy things and things like that, and the divine and the creator. And listening to both you and Teresa have renewed my faith, and I feel like I'm brand new again. When I heard Gail talking, well, I was listening to you guys on the other phone here. I was in awe of her faith. So I'll just keep putting one foot in front of the other. But I feel like I'm back on the track again, and I have something that I can turn to now. Before, I almost felt like I was talking to a void.
Yeah, you're not. And yeah. Leanne reached out today, and the timing was just perfect, Shawn. And that's why, that's why she's here. And of course, nothing's by mistake. So, Leanne, why don't you share with us what your feeling was about the Grand Prairie event that we did with the World's Greatest Health Show and the Health Charter Tour, and what inspiration you got from there, and then what type of action you actually took afterwards.
Well, it's absolutely amazing, because I don't know if anybody here has heard of Juice Plus. It's a company, it's out of the States. And what it is basically is whole raw food in a capsule or a chewable. So I got hooked up with this company about 13 years ago, and I loved it. I just loved it. So my goal was to just take this business, it's network marketing, and I was going to be rich and famous, and I'll tell you what, I was going to do everything that I could to get there. I was going to go up the ladder. And the first year I did amazing. Man, oh man, I was meeting people from the leaders in Canada, leaders in the States, and I was doing just absolutely wonderful, because this company has a very small product line, and I really like that. It's fruits and vegetables, berries in a capsule or a chewable, basically. So the first year or two, I was on fire. And I did presentations. I was all over the place, blah, 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 blah. And with one goal, and that was to make money and to be getting my name out there. Well, I really, I worked really hard. I did lots of Zooms and presentations and things like that for a couple of years. And it didn't happen for me. I couldn't get the legs that you need to make this business. Mine was okay, but I couldn't get other people I couldn't, what do they call it? I could duplicate the process. So I just I love this. 13 years, I have not been without my Juice Plus for a day. I just life happened, and I don't know, I got busy and just looked after the customers that I had, things like that. And I'm okay, So when Shawn was up, and he talked, and I think he said at least 25 times, I'm not sure, maybe less, but he said several times, we need to supplement. We need to supplement. Now, I had a table at that event, when I hadn't had a table at an event for years. And anyway, when he said we need to supplement, something went off in my head. It was like, oh my gosh, okay. So the organizer of that event too, I went and talked to her afterwards, and I said, can I do a Juice Plus presentation? And she said, absolutely. So coming out of that, actually Thursday night, I'm going back there, and I'm going to do my first presentation in probably, I don't know, 6-7 years. Rusty as heck, but that's okay. But the thing too is, my heart has changed. It's not now, I don't care about being rich and famous. If it happens, I'm okay with that. I'll take it. What I want, my heart is wanting is to share this product so people realize that it's available. And I just realized that when Shawn was talking, how important this is, because where are you going to get 30 fruits, vegetables, grains, and berries in a capsule or chewable. You're just not, you know. So that's kind of where I'm at right now, you know.
So, but you also mentioned about the phone call and the emails to your MP.
Right, I did.
Back. So can you share a little bit about that as well?
Sure. Want me to read it? I can find it here. Hang on. It's in my emails. Okay. Yeah, that was pretty cool because, is he all the way down there? I didn't think about that.
And while Leanne, while you're looking that up, I'll just, you know, I'll flesh out for people something you were saying. So Leanne has been for a long time organizing events, regular events in her small community, so that, you know, people would have an opportunity to come and hear different opinions and be educated about different things, and getting speakers out there. You know, no benefit to her, but just feeling the need, you know, to do something and participate. So, and Leanne, I just find that so attractive, because you're just, you know, you're making a difference in your own community, and that's so important. And so it was, you know, for Teresa and I, just an honor to go to Beaver Lodge and do that, right? Because that, I mean, we're people are people, so it doesn't matter where we go. And so we've talked about it a lot. We're just so thankful for what you're doing. So,
yeah. Well, thank you. It's really interesting that I get more support from Beaver Lodge and Grand Prairie than I do from the local community. We did an event here a couple of weeks ago, and actually there's half a dozen of the locals stuck their neck out and came, and they're very excited. Like, they were just thrilled. They had no idea what was going on. And like David Stefan was up here, and we enjoyed the heck out of him. But it's just, if you've, you know, like I said, if you've got something that you want to know about, we did climate trails and chemtrails and things like that too. So anyway, they're quite interested. So I'm really pleased that went that way. But I'll tell you, I'm like a dog with a bone too. When I get something in my mind or in my heart, I just go. I think I'm at a really good age, because I don't care. I'm 73 years old. I really don't care. You like me, you don't, it doesn't really matter to me. So I kind of, I got on the ostrich thing quite a bit. I was down at the ostrich farm twice. And so I started emailing my MLA, and I'm on the UCP board here, the CA board. And I would be emailing both the MP and the MLA, blah, blah, blah. So one time we were at a meeting, and I went up to him and I said, did you get my email? And he said, which one?
Well done.
And it's the same with the MP. What they were doing, they were writing back just these cut and paste things. And I didn't like that. So I called them out on that. I said, if you're going to answer me, please answer me. So anyway, I did tell him, we were talking about Bill C-224, and he responded back, and what he said was, thank you for writing to me regarding your concerns about access to natural health products. I appreciate you taking the time to share this with me, and I agree with your concerns.
That's good.
I fully support Bill C-224, which was introduced by my conservative colleague, Blaine Calkins. Just saw his interview there. Conservatives have routinely criticized the Liberal government for restricting access to natural health products, and I'm glad to see this common sense bill move forward. Bill C-224 will ensure that Canadians can continue to access the protein powders, vitamins, probiotics, and supplements that they depend on every day, while protecting the competitiveness of Canadian businesses. Again, I will be supporting this bill, and I will be urging its speedy passage through Parliament. Thank you again for writing. Please don't hesitate to reach out if you have any further questions regarding other federally related matters. So that's from our MP. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
But
well, thanks for sending that and participating. So,
well, and I want to just emphasize that when we spoke on the phone, and this was the real catch that I think everyone needs to hear, you had been rejected by him and discounted in just a general response email at least one or a gazillion times, but you still proceeded with, going back in front of him. And I think that's the takeaway here, and that's the takeaway that I wanted to have shared, was that even though you might have been, it felt like you weren't getting anywhere, it felt like you weren't getting a response, eventually it stuck and he did respond appropriately.
Well, thank you, Teresa, because that's right. And sometimes I send 3 or 4 a day. If he didn't respond back, I got it all figured out.
Yeah.
Copy, paste, then I change a few words around a little bit, and I send it off to him again. So and I did, when I got the response from the secretary and things like that too, I said, I don't want a response from you. I want a response from Chris. So you're right, it did pay off. And I guess it is just perseverance.
Yeah, well, and that's very good. That's well done.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you. Probably the next time I see him and I say, did you get my email? Maybe he'll say, which one?
I just wanted to pop in quick. This is something I did want to ask the whole world. How many replies have you received? They're supposed to reply. So have you received any replies out there? We'd love to hear. Let us know. And a quick reminder that we have Caroline in queue.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I certainly will. I'll get a hold of Teresa if I get anything more, and I can follow up with that if you want. But make sure that he does what he says he's going to do. Just because they say they're going to doesn't mean that they do it either.
Yes.
Actually, I wouldn't mind seeing him stand up in Parliament.
It's true, and I just loved how you basically cut and paste and arrange and write your own and just keep sending and sending. So, I think we'll have to put you in charge of our campaigns because. but this is what we people don't understand, Leanne. So they'll go to our website and they'll send off the letter, and you see how easy we make it to do, but. Take that extra 15-20 minutes and print off, paper letters and create your own email and phone. Like that extra little bit of effort pays such dividends for all of us in getting them to pay attention.
Yeah.
Right. So really, thank you for setting an example there.
Yes. Well, you're welcome. And I forgot that part. I did phone his office twice. And he wasn't in, and I didn't matter, but I said to the secretary too that I said, I don't want to talk to you. I mean, you're doing a great job, do whatever you do. I want to talk to him, and I want a response from him because he's my MP. You're not.
That's very good. Well done.
Yeah. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much, Leanne.
You're welcome.
What a pleasure.
Thank you.
What a pleasure seeing you.
You as well. Thank you for asking me to do this.
Thanks so much.
Have the best night ever. I'm going to go back to listening to you on my other phone.
Okay. Thanks again.
Thanks.
Good night, everybody.
Wow, that was sweet.
Yeah. And see, she didn't give up, right? It's like, if you get ignored, that's fine. Just do it twice as much.
Well, what I like, what I like about Leanne is it's people like her that make me feel like I'm not alone, right? Because there's so many people out there just doing what they feel they can to make a difference. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't even have to be on this issue. It can be whatever. But encourage everyone, find out what your role is and make that difference. Like you can make a difference, and there's a whole bunch of us out there, and we need everyone doing it. So.
And as Shawn has said before, you can come back again and again to these letter sending campaigns that we have and send others. We increase the limit over the normal for you guys so you can come back. We provide, if you don't have much time and you really just do want to press to send, that's fine. We actually write several letters so they don't get the same letter over and over again. But as Shawn said, just, tweet. We always provide the opportunity to tweak the letter yourself and make it personal. And we can't recommend that enough. Shall we invite Caroline to the stage?
Yeah, Shawn, this is a secret. This is a surprise for
Well,
you.
I saw her join the green room, though.
Did
so
you?
it's,
Okay, because this is
Hello.
very excited.
Hey, Caroline.
Hello, happy to be with you tonight. Hello.
Oh, it's just a pleasure to have you. Now, many people won't know that you're kind of a media champion with Lux Media. Can you share what you do so that the people viewing understand kind of the role that you're taking?
It would have been nice to have Andre talk about that, my husband, who is the president of Lux Media. We are the biggest independent, not founded by the Gov media in Canada. He is doing it since 8 years. I'm there since 4 years to support him in his mission. And when I say that it's a mission, it's because we are not rich, but each day when we get up, we know why we are getting up and why we do what we do. And we really like it because it's to help people to understand better what is going on in many challenge that that are present in our society. It's a challenge tonight because English is not my first language, as you know. I will try to do my best. And it's always difficult for me to talk about myself. So I prefer to talk about the files, the law. It's easier for me. Yes. It's where my fire is. And what I can say is that when I have met Andre shared to me and to his to the people who are giving to Lux Media to support. He said that he heard God asking him to do it, to put in place Lux Media, because it was really important, because eventually even people who are on YouTube and other channels, they will be blocked by the Gov. So we are an independent platform. It took 4 years for the technician to build it. It was a lot of money of the people that was invested, and we always try to do our best to be there for the voice of the people. Yes, that's what we do.
So you're like an alternative to Rumble or YouTube as a place where people can post content.
Exact. Yes, and eventually, if a broadcaster would lose his channel, they could come on our platform, because that platform cannot be censored. So this is why we have professors like Professor Michel Chozudowski. You had him on the NCI. He gave his testimony, and he is a world authority in economy. And he was shadow banned by the National Post. And when I phoned him, he said, "Oh, well, I was looking for a platform where I could really share what I think without being censored." So he came on our platform, and he is there. He is with us since about 3 years now. He is having a show, and we can translate in 14 languages for him.
Right, and you also do your own show and your own broadcast, because I know you've had me as a guest. So
yes, I do. What happened to me is that I had an accident in 2006, and I shared a little bit of my story to you the last time we did an interview. I gave you few words on it. It's because I had an accident where I was working as a manager, and I had an injury to my back, and I was stuck after the accident for 3 months in my bed. and I was put on high dose pills, narcotic, and I was taking narcotic each day, and I was unable to move out of my bed for about 3 months. It's my old mother who had to do me a soup. She was 75 years old, and she was crying a lot, seeing me like this, because she knows that I was always the girl having 3 jobs at the same time, going at school in management and having lots of fun with my friends during the weekend. But it was a new life for me. And I was even unable to go to my birthday party when my friends was planning something for me. So they were shocked, and I lose many friends because for them, I was not that much sick, you know? It was difficult to believe that Caroline was so in a bad situation. So it took a long time for me to see 15 specialists in the allopathic medicine domain, and none of them took enough. They were unable to fix my problem. There was always just more narcotic and injection of Botox. And during that time, I am a believer in God, and I knew that it was possible to cure what I had, and that one day I will find something. And it's when I started to learn by myself how the body work and what to do and to know what to do when it's not working, that I figure out a class in essential oil aromatherapy. And I went in that class. And at the beginning, I said, I will just do 3 hours. And finally, it was so fun to listen to a professor who said to me just when I entered the class, Caroline, fibromyalgia, it's easy to cure this symptom. And I was, what? Like, what? Are you sure? He said, absolutely. So he put me on a protocol of essential oil. He is a master in aromatherapy that we have in Quebec. And I think that in Canada, he is the only master in that field. And he gave me high dosage of vitamins based on Dr. Abraham Offer orthomolecular medicine. High dosage of vitamins. And after 3 months, I never had another period where I was stuck in the bed with shivers, on 2 weeks to warm a soup. I never experimented that in my life again. So it was a complete cure of fibromyalgia. And often people who have that, they have a virus called EBV, Epstein-Barr. And earlier in my life, I had mononucleose. I think that it's the same word in English. And so I guess that this virus was there in my body since a long time. And it's when I saw the documentary, what is the name? Maybe I will find later. Judy Mikovits was talking that we maybe all got that in vaccination when we were kids.
Oh.
And it's coming out when later in your life, when you're weak, when you have an accident or a big stress, it's EBV is coming out. And the documentary is Unrest. And in Unrest, I understood that it's a lady who had chronic fatigue. It became a new sickness, a new sick problem, maladie. And you understand that it was called polio earlier. And after it became chronic fatigue, fibromyalgia, mononucleose, and today it's in French encéphalomyalgie myélite. They always give a new word to the illness, and they never find any cure. And in the video, you see that how many people in the world are stuck in the bed. It's tons of people, and the lady who did that documentary, Unrest, it's that at that moment that she discovered how many people are sick in a bed in their home, and they cannot move, they cannot go out of their bed.
Right, and the medical system is saying there's nothing they can do, and yet you go to a class where your professor is, of course we can solve this. Of course you don't have to suffer from this.
Yes, I was under a shock. And what I can say is that I was stuck in that bed, and I was looking at a show of Dr. Oz each day. And I was like, oh my God, it must be cool to have a TV show on health. And this is what I do now. I have a health show where I explain to people the power that they have. And I want to bring to their consciousness the knowledge that they have more power than they know in their hands. They can do so much for their health, and they have to do it. And just by changing their lifestyle, it can do a lot. I went in the USA to do some classes with my mentor, Dr. James Chappell. And Dr. Chappell is working with cancer people. First, he will never call that cancer, but can cure. Because just the term cancer is like, just in the energy, it's making everybody fear what they have. When you understand what is it, what is the root of the cause, and you just reverse the cause, there's a lot that you can do to heal your cancer. And as soon as you use the term can cure, it changes actually the power that you can have on that illness. So I went to see him, and the first thing he will do in his protocol with people having a cancer, he will ask them, what is the quality of your water? What do you use to make your coffee? Do you use the small pod full of aluminum? Do you cook with aluminum pot? So first, just verify in your environment, what do you have that can bring toxin in your blood each day? Start there. And you will see changes. As soon as you change what you use to just wash yourself each day, brush your teeth, and all the rest.
Can I just slow you down there, Caroline, because I think you're saying something really important, but a lot of people viewing, and this will be posted online and clipped and all of that, a lot of people viewing may not understand. I mean, you were even talking about just what you use to clean yourself, like your soaps, your toothbrush, your laundry soap, your conditioner, your shampoo. If you're actually not buying ones that are free of toxins, you're actually hurting yourself when you think you're cleaning yourself. Isn't that right? Like, people don't understand how important it is to reduce the chemicals in them.
Yes, because when we speak, I did a show that it was called Detox or Not Detox. And I was saying to people, stop. Before you buy any detox protocol of someone in January, just think. In naturopathy, in school, and I am a naturopath, and we have to bring people to think, because just think about what you do each day. And you would like your liver to detoxify, but just think about all the entrant. The first thing that you do in your life that is bringing toxin of your environment. And these will bring perturbation like of the glands, each glands, your thyroid, your serenal, your adrenaline, adrenal, and it will bring adrenal fatigue. So the more you take toxin in your environment, the more the liver must work to detoxify. So as soon as you just reduce these toxins, it will help your body. You will have less inflammation, and you will bring more help to your body just to recover. And what I say to people is that we don't do the miracle. It's your cells who are doing it. We don't do it. We give to the cells what they need, the building block that they need, because God made you this way. Each 90 days, your skin will just rejuvenate itself. The liver, you have one new liver each 5 to 6 years. Let me bring you have a new one each 4 years. And maybe by the time you hit 100 years, you will get 2 free liver. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
Each day, the cells are working, replicate, and they are building new tissue. So let's bring good building blocks to this tissue. And we don't know exactly what the cells will do with the vitamin that you're giving. But just be confident that it knows what it has to do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what's so interesting is it's like we still just want the magic pill to just fix it, rather than it's like, let me go to the health food store and get the detox program to just take it so then I'm fixed, rather than, what you're saying is, and what you're saying, Shawn, and what you have been saying for years to me, like, look at what it is that you're putting in, what it is that you're using, and your toxic load, right? So can you explain how that relates to inflammation, and is inflammation bad? Because I don't know that stuff, and I feel like I kind of
major
person who doesn't know anything. So,
but I am in the field since 10 years, and it's only just few weeks or months ago. I am in a clinic working and with people who are doing functional medicine from USA. It's the next step that I would like to go and do in USA. They are pretty advanced in what they do with metabolic tests. And what I just understood is the fact that many people, they get signal of their body before they just get worse and worse with cancer and everything else. What will happen is that inflammation will start just slowly in one organ.
Oh.
Your blood will get like full of toxin if your liver is not working well. And the more you advance in that process, at the age 50 where we are, 60, we cannot eat the same thing that we used to eat at 20 and 30. It doesn't pass anymore. When you eat French fries, you eat high temp meat, you cannot absorb that. It's too much for the cells. It's creating inflammation. So you have to reduce that as well. And as soon as you will take care of these things more, it will give a break to your body. You will have less inflammation. But as we age, we are going on a terrain where we are having more inflammation. It's the normal process of aging, but there's a way to reverse inflammation as you age. Absolutely. And if you don't do it, you don't take care of that, you will develop, like other people, problem to your liver, to your heart, to your brain. You will lose your words, your memory, and it's where you start to fall slowly, going down.
Okay.
So just having water with ginger each day, with curcuma, doing juicing each day to keep a good pH level. So the pH is not in acidity but alkaline. So your body doesn't have to go in your bone, take your reserve of calcium and magnesium to buffer the the acid pH, all of that. With my show, I educate people. I say, you can learn what we learn. You don't have to be in medical school to learn how the body work and how the biochemistry pathway works. You don't have to be a doctor. You can learn that. Example, our problem, it's all up. Even if you have any illness, name them. Any illness with your heart, high blood pressure, low blood pressure. It's all starting where? It's the epithelium. It's the fine cells that you have in your vein, artery, and you have to take care of these little cells. Give them each day food that will make them produce what we call NO. Oxidative, nitrate, oxidative nitrate. It's a gas. It's a gas that these cells are producing, but as we age, we produce less. So when you eat beet, you produce this gas. You follow me? Yeah. So by what you eat, you will just make your heart work better. And we have this powder of NO, of this gas. We have a powder made with beets that I take each day for my heart. Because with my menopause, I develop high blood pressure. So I'm taking this powder, and just within 10 minutes, it's like calming the vessels, and it's giving the message to these cells to just open up the vessels and let the blood pass.
I need that. Can we put that on our list?
Very good. And I just discovered a plant. It's called kudzu from Asia. And I just did an homework on kudzu. And kudzu is doing the same as the ACE medication with angiotensin 1 and 2, angiotensin 1 and 2. And it's replacing these medication, and it will produce NO. Oxide nitrate. Oxide nitrate is really good, and it will help to produce and modulate high blood pressure and low blood pressure. This plant. Not all the company are good. It's what I discovered, but it's helping me like a lot. I was waking up at night with heartbeat so high. I had to sleep, like sometimes just sit in my bed. I was sleeping like this, sit in my bed. There's a lot that we can discover, and this is what is amazing about our field. And let me tell you that I'm there to continue to fight for natural health product.
So, Caroline, you're trained as a naturopathic doctor, am I right?
Not naturopathic doctor. I did a PhD scholarship in management, technology, and innovation.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just you said you were in a clinic, so I was thinking.
I work in a clinic, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us, so I think it was about less than 2 months ago, the Quebec Court of Appeal upheld that conviction of naturopathic Dr. Annie Janot. And I read both decisions, so my understanding is in Quebec, like many other provinces, there's provincial legislation that basically give doctors a medical monopoly. So it says, only doctors, the members of the College of Physicians and Surgeons can practice medicine. And it defines the practice of medicine so broad that it includes treating and diagnosing and testing and making recommendations and prescribing. And so here Annie Janot is, convicted by a lower court of practicing medicine without a license. And then the Quebec Court of Appeal upheld it. But before I get you to comment on it, I can tell you what frustrates me to no end is they're not saying that she's not qualified to help people. They're not saying, likely she's saved lives. There's likely people only alive because of her. There's probably a whole bunch of people that are, healthy because of her. But here we are she's, waiting sentencing. I'm wondering if you can comment, as somebody who lives in Quebec, about the decision and what the ramifications, how other people are feeling, because I expect there's some fear, with other health practitioners.
What I can say, we were the only media covering the entire audience of Annie Junot, because it was important for us and to us, and we wanted to comment at the end with Annie as well, and to be there to explain to the people who were unable to come at the audience what piece of theater we show in front of us, the argumentation of the lawyer of Collège des Médecins, and also the judge, what they had to say to debate. And it was I was in a shock when I heard, for example, that Annie Junot received someone who had a syndrome of intestine bowel syndrome, a person who was suffering of that. And by the time she went and get a bottle of enzyme, she did in her head a diagnostic. I was under a shock to hear that. And lawyer of Collège des Médecins said what she did, she trespassed the Rubicon. Do you say Rubicon wall in English?
Yeah. Rubicon
she
is more like
that Rubicon wall. So she did a reserved act by doing it. And the judge asked, but it's not what they do in store when they are giving a bottle to someone coming into store, into natural health store. And he said, no, these people in the drugs, the store, I'm sorry, they don't trespass the Rubicon wall. So to me, it was not abnormal that they mentioned that. And I said to all naturopaths after, just go with your questionnaire and go work in these store, because you won't be arrested if you work in a store.
Yeah, it's
you understand?
pretty disturbing, isn't it? Yeah.
But what I can say is that what I understood and I was explained is that the way the law is retained didn't change. What changed is what we can not do anymore. It's to do any prevention, and it's where we can excel, and we cannot do any prevention anymore. It's all reserved act now. And I was explained by a lawyer that there's a 5 or 7 level of prevention that you can do, and that will must be explained and determined, so we know more what we can do and can do. It's not clear, but it's sure that now being naturopath in Quebec is illegal, totally illegal. We were supported by the gov, but we are not anymore. And I don't know why the schools still continue to say that nothing has changed. It's the status quo. It's not true. There's a certain status quo, but not status quo like we understand status quo. There's change. They reinforce these laws. And I don't know if you know about C2, C8, C7. Apparently C2, with C2, they will even make illegal to cure yourself, to take care of yourself. Self-care will be illegal with C2 apparently. We will see. And just a few weeks ago, there was a major debate about the Bill 2, because this bill is modifying physician compensation. So many allopathic medical doctors want to just leave our province now. They want to go and work in USA or Ontario. I don't know if you have heard about that, but many medical doctors went out. I think they were, I'm not sure, but I think that they were 10, 15,000. never during COVID they came out like that, and it's the first time they are coming out that much. It's because it's touching their pocket, their salary, their compensation. So there's major debate right now. They all want to leave Quebec, and they were told by the government that if they eventually, if they are looking to leave Quebec as physician, they will have to reimburse their scholarship to the gov. Yes, for now there's a lap, like few months or where they can go in Ontario, but after it won't be possible unless they pay back for their scholarship in medicine. Yeah. So I hope that with all these changes that Quebecers will finally woke up. They have to, because now we are like getting touched by many laws, and people must do something regarding all that is going on. And I think that it's not normal that when I go in annual assembly of Naturopathic Association, they don't talk about these issues. And I have met there many manufacturers, distributors of natural health product who never heard about Bill C-47 before I told them that it was there since 2023, that I did interview with Mr. Buckley in 2023. It's not normal that even manufacturer of Quebec never heard about that. This is why my call today and my call few days ago, when I came back in a video explaining at Lux Media what Mr. Calkins did on the 17th of November, I asked the people to don't wait for any group, but just do the action, do it for yourself, know your power, and talk to your therapist, and your therapist will figure out that they know nothing about it, and it's not normal that their association of Quebec doesn't talk about that. So be the people informed, and if I can encourage you, know that God doesn't need 1,000 soldiers. He needs the 100 soldiers who are ready to pass to the action, and do it each day around yourself. And where I take my courage, I must tell you, it's with people like the lady who was there just before me. I think her name was Leanne. Yeah.
Leanne.
When I see people of 80 years old, 85 years old, who are continuing their work, their implication, like my grandmother, one of my grandmother, she is a mentor because she is grandmother Parisha in USA, and she is a Cherokee elder involved in politics around the globe. She is a peacekeeper. And when I look at her after she had a hip broken, she took no pills. After a few months later, she was back in her work as a peacekeeper. I say, who I am to just say, I leave the road and I don't help anymore, and I'm discouraged and I have my pain. No, we have to continue.
You're so amazing.
And just so everyone knows, I didn't write that for Caroline. So
no, you're so.
I obviously really liked what you were saying, but I mean, you know, I'm in the middle right now. I'm reading a book about Dietrich Bonhoeffer, and he was a pastor in Germany when the Nazis came to power, and you know, most of the church got co-opted into supporting, you know, anti-Semitism and all of that. And so this other, you know, the church breaks and splits, but even the split church didn't take a stand. And it was, you know, and notwithstanding that they weren't taking a stand, the pastors were still being imprisoned and or conscripted. And if you said, I'm not going to go fight, I'm a conscientious objector, the penalty was death. So, and plus there was a really strong culture of actually doing your part in military campaigns. That was just part of their culture. So the, you know, but they ended up in ruin. Like, they should have been standing up sooner. And, you know, we have to stand up or we're going to be in this chemical pharmaceutical box where even our medical doctors are losing their discretion. Like they used to have way more latitude in how to, but no, you do this protocol and this, and you can't voice your opinion against anything public health has to say. They're losing their ability to practice, and everyone else is losing their ability, and we have to stand up. So I appreciated that too. I'm really encouraged by Leanne and people like her that are just saying, I'm going to do my part. Because if we all do our part, we win.
Exactly. Never underestimate what you're doing. You plant seeds and you will see what will grow. Exactly. Thank you to you, Teresa.
Well,
as well.
Yeah. No, I think there's something very special about what's going to be happening in Quebec, and we all know it. And I know that you're an essential part. You've been placed there in the front line for a reason. And
exactly,
it's true. Maybe Shawn, you and Caroline can talk about the 224 bill and the need for the requirement of the bloc supporters. Like, can you speak about that?
Yeah. So that just to give everyone some history. So first of all, natural products shouldn't be drugs. We shouldn't have to get Health Canada permission to take vitamin D. We shouldn't have to take Health Canada permission to get any essential nutrient that we actually need to survive, let alone thrive. But what happened is in the 2023 budget, so Bill C-47, Health Canada hid in that budget. So like budget bills, they're long. They're like phone books. When you're spending hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars, and you have to tweak programs, you have to create programs, you have to adjust this law and that law. And that's what budget bills are for. They're not meant to make substantive changes to our food and drug laws, but they snuck in a change where they moved our nutrients, our natural remedies, into the same category as the chemical pharmaceutical drugs. So now we're the same as Vioxx or thalidomide or, chemotherapy drugs. And so our penalty structure, for example, went from $5,000 per offense to like $5 million every day of an offense. Well, that's pocket change for Pfizer. That probably doesn't affect Pfizer's behavior, just to use that company's example because they're big. Probably doesn't affect their behavior at all. But I don't know of a naturopathic doctor that can withstand a $5 million a day fine. And I certainly don't know of any natural health product company that would survive that. Survive it. And penalties aren't meant to be when penalties are that big, you're in tyranny zone where you can't resist the government at all. Like penalties, when government passes a law, they want to get most people to comply. You're never going to get full compliance because you've just always got those outliers. But you're also, so your penalty is to get most people to comply, but not to destroy people who don't. So I think of it as a bee sting, if you go near the beehive, you're going to get stung and it hurts and you're going to leave. And if you go back there, you're going to get stung again. And likely you're not going to go the third time, but you're not destroyed. The purpose isn't to give you an anaphylactic shock so that you die. But these penalties, they're so severe that nobody can resist. And, I was counsel for True Hope. I mean, they defied Health Canada. Health Canada said stop selling, and they didn't. And they were charged criminally, and the court said, thank you, True Hope. Thank you for not complying. Or more people would have died because they found as a fact that people died from Health Canada's actions. Well, True Hope couldn't resist now if it was $5 million a day fines. There's got to be some give. There has to be some discretion. And Health Canada always has the discretion to go to court and apply for an injunction. But they won't when they're putting lives at risk, like in the True Hope case. And I promise you, if a court's made an order saying we're preventing you from doing something and you keep doing it, a court's going to take care of it. We don't need these $5 million a day fines. We don't need a bureaucracy to have tyrannical powers. And tyranny just means no discretion. Look it up in a dictionary. It's not meant to be a negative word. We just think of it as a negative word because when we give too much discretion to the government, they tend to misuse it.
We gave some information to our auditor at Lux Media on Bill C-224, explaining what Blaine did at the chamber. Maybe you can explain at what step it is right now.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So I mean, I was talking about how they moved us into the therapeutic product category. So Bill 224 is just trying to correct that and move us back out of the therapeutic product category. Now, in Parliament, to get a bill passed, you've got two houses. You have the House of Commons and you have the Senate. To get a bill passed, you have to get the bill voted on twice. So it's introduced in first reading. They don't vote on at that time. It's introduced at second reading. So first reading kind of introduces it. It gets it on the order paper. People can read it and decide what they think about it. Well, second reading, that's a kind of that's a do or die vote. So, and most private members' bills fail at second reading. I mean, we're 157 years old as a country. Maybe 10 have passed second reading, 10 private members' bills. So, but this one passed last Parliament. It was Bill 368. Because you wrote letters, because you petitioned your MPs, it passed. So if it gets past second reading, then it goes into what's called committee. And this would be the Standing Committee of Health. So last Parliament, before the election, it's in committee. It's actually made history. It's in committee. And the Bloc Québécois is concerned about youth and nicotine cessation products. So they wanted some amendments to solve that. And then it got out of committee and an election's called. So it's really important. It's been redrafted to address the Bloc's concerns about tobacco. I don't know why they're still raising those concerns, but we certainly need people in Quebec to be sharing with the Bloc, with any MP they have, but definitely with the Bloc, saying, have a close look here.
Yeah.
It has been redrafted. For sure, support it and get it into committee. So we've got understand it actually was easier last Parliament. There was more of a minority government they had fewer, like now it's just a razor's edge, like we're a couple of seats apart, right? So we really need the Bloc support. We need every party support. And so, let's support MP Blaine Calkins and let's keep sending those letters. And even when you're in English Canada, like, when you go to our website, you put in your postal code, it does send a letter to the leader of the Bloc. It's a French letter, but it does send a letter to the leader of the Bloc. And those of you in Quebec, please keep doing your part.
And Pierre Poilievre said that if he is nominated, he is elected, he will do something to reverse the Bill C-47. So let's see.
Yeah, let's not worry about another election right now, but we definitely, this is an example where we made history together last time and we need to do it again, but let's not take it for granted. Let's be sending those physical letters. Let's be making the telephone calls. Let's follow Leanne's example. So Caroline, sorry, Teresa.
No, I was just gonna say, because it's like we can think that we're doing our part and then go on pause, and then like the other guy all of a sudden beats us in the race. I don't know. It's like grade 7 track and field. When you think that you're winning, then all of a sudden you let back, and then you've lost, and you're like, well, what just happened? So I think we can't take our foot off the gas here.
Do you want to maybe, or we can go into NHPPA University in a second. Yeah. So, but I think people need to understand that, with very little effort, you can make a loud noise. You can be that mosquito in the bedroom at night, buzzing by the ear and making a difference. So But Caroline, thank you. What a treat to have you come and join us. And
Thank you for having
we look
me.
forward to working with you going forward. And thank you for being so brave.
Don't never hesitate if you have a message that you would like to pass. Just call us. No problem. It's a pleasure.
You may end up regretting that when Shawn phoned you at 3 in the morning.
Yeah. No.
Careful what you wish for.
Thank you, Caroline.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Well,
wow.
We're having some really cool people on tonight.
Yeah.
Great show.
Really feeling this whole format tonight. Maybe it's a hair long, but I'm loving how it's flowing.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice. That being said, we're getting into the crunch here, people. So we're going to keep moving along. Next up, we got a new little spot called NHPPA University. Oh, that was shorter than I thought. All right, Teresa, NHPPA University is something that you were running all through the charter tour at the live events. Can you let us know what it is and what was it all about?
Well, first, like the idea behind NHPPA University is really just how do we understand a little bit more so we can communicate and we sound smart, or we sound like we know what we're talking about. Because I mean, half the time when I find that I'm hesitant to speak if I don't feel like I'm an expert on a particular subject. And so then I'm pensive and I maybe miss opportunities. So, but before we get into that, I wanna just take a moment and I wanna thank all of the people who were involved in all of the events across Canada, because I don't think that we this is Giving Tuesday. Well, there's so many volunteers across Canada, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds that made the Health Charter Tour possible. So I just wanted to go through the list here. In Victoria, we had Valerie. And Valerie was like my consigliere. She would take my calls at whatever time during the evening and help me with any kind of managerial advice. And she put on a fabulous event in Victoria. In Vancouver, we had Queenie, who just, she's so organized. She knew exactly what to do. She brought food. It was fabulous. In Aldergrove, we had Ben. And we had the little video on Ben's shop. And there was something just so genuine about Aldergrove. Like the man had a heart, and you know that he just, he spent his entire life helping people. In Kelowna, we had David. Fantastic. He worked so hard. Every time I turned around, he was working up a sweat. In Kamloops, we had the Nutters group there. They were great. In Grand Prairie, we had the Holy Shift group and Jody. And we had arrived a little bit late, but when we got there, the entire building was filled. Edmonton Health Matters and Paul and Kim. Llyodminster, for the kids' sake, looked after us. In Saskatoon, it was Brian. Winnipeg, Anthony. In Barrie, it was Kelly. Collingwood, Susie. Ottawa, she did 3 events. Christine did. In Whitehorse, we had Mr. Jason Dahl. Thank you, Jason. We had Tate in Prince Edward Island. Bonnie in Fredericton. And in Quebec, we had Marie-Lise, Chantel, Pierre, and Caroline with Lux Media assisting as well. I mean, it was absolutely essential. What came to me the other day in speaking and trying to figure out how to develop an NHPPA university, how do we work through this when we're actually fighting censorship? And what came to me writ large was, we're not just dealing with censorship in being pulled back. So there's a lot of chatter online about shadow banning, or I'm not getting enough views, or there's something amiss that's happening. I figured this is like an HVAC system that we're dealing with. They've actually taken air out of our sails, but what we have to be aware of is that they're actually pumping in other information that's completely, perhaps not true. So it's not just being censored. They're pulling out and adding more information in to make sure that there's no vacuum there. So that was something very interesting for me to, when I realized that we have to get educated. We're in a war. Shawn says it all the time. We're in a war. Like, we can't hear the stories that we heard this evening and not get upset as to why are we being censored? Why people can't share truthful health information? Why do we have to have the world's greatest health show and the health charter tour to give people information that they should actually know? I just want to read something from a little book here that I have. So just bear with me. What this is it's a book that was created by my great-grandfather, my great-great-grandfather. They owned a printing press company in Bristol, England, at the time of the war, and it was bombed. It was completely decimated, and they made a book afterwards to describe what happened to their factory, what happened to the plant and all of the buildings. I stumbled across this book back in 2008. I never knew that it had any significance other than, oh, this is my family's history, but there's this little section that's really jumping out on the pages these days, and I think that it's important for me to share this. So this book is a book that is recounting what happened to the plant after the bombs came and completely decimated the entire place. Lives lost, buildings crushed, Bristol was flattened. So it goes on by saying this: why this book was written. At 6:26 on the evening of November 24th, November 1940, the siren sounded to herald the first heavy air attack on Bristol. Our factories at Temple Gate, so close to the railway, were still an obvious target for the enemy. And while the alert was still sounding, the bomb fell on them. By next morning, the offices and the greater part of the Temple Gate factories, fully half of our total factory area, were smoldering ruins. This disastrous air raid, in which we suffered damage much greater than any other firm in Bristol, gives the wartime history of Marden's unusual interest. Apart from this, the difficulties which had to meet of supplies of material, direction of labor, changes of production, and the like, were the lot of any business which was trying during the war years to maintain the supply of goods for civilian use. But it is the air raids and their consequences, and still more the measures which had to be taken and the efforts necessary to restore production, that make us feel that this is a story worth the telling. At various points in the account, mention is made of the fine work done by some groups of employees under particular trying conditions. As far as possible, the names of individuals have not been mentioned. To do so would be invidious, and the list would become well nigh endless. But we should like here, at the beginning of our record, to pay a tribute to all those who made possible the remarkable recovery which took place during 1941. I hope we don't get there. And that's why we're doing this. So we don't have to get that far. All we have to do is we just have to tell people to tell people. We have to get out of the echo chamber, and we can. And you can do it. So you have to give instructions. This is NHPPA University. You have to give instructions to people who you speak to share the information. You'll be amazed at how receptive they are. Shawn and I, we feel like we've taken the temperature of Canadians now. We've driven across the country talking about feelings the entire way. And people are suffering, and they're open to ideas. But when you share with them, ask them to share it with someone else. And then we'll get out of this. And then we won't have to do a book talking about what we did once the bombs took us all out.
It's wild to think that that's where we once were and where we could end up. It'd be nice to figure it out before we actually get to that level of destruction. Thank you for that, Teresa.
Can I just comment, because what Teresa's sharing is so important, and it was actually, she was woken up and told, listen, this is how we do it. This is how we overcome the censorship. Is, we invite you to participate. So right now we've got the 224 campaign. So we invite you to participate and send your letter to the MP. But if you said, okay, wait a second, but I'm going to tell people, which includes also telling them to tell other people, like not just, so it's not just you speaking to your network and sending out to your network, hey, there's this, or subscribe to the NHPPA newsletter, which we really want to grow because we only send out one a week. During the tour, we did 2, but I mean, we don't flood you, but it's when we tell you, hey, this is happening. But if you are telling people to tell people, so you're telling them, oh, participate in the 224 campaign, subscribe to the newsletter, but you must tell other people to participate in the 224 campaign, to subscribe to the newsletter, and those people telling other people that they're telling to tell other people, so that it just keeps going exponentially. It's no more work for you, but you can see how it'll just keep resonating. It's like the MPs know this is the biggest issue that Canadians are interested in. They want to stop having to fight with Health Canada, to have a vibrant natural health community. Really, do we have to see a practitioner to tell us that the amount of vitamin C on the label needs to be completely ignored or it's meaningless? You mean it's really illegal for us to sell you vitamin D and dosage amounts that we actually need to be healthy because we live in Canada, we're in the Northern Hemisphere and it's wintertime? That's absolute madness. It's absolute madness. So the only way for us to build a big enough coalition is for you to tell people, to tell people, to tell people, to tell people. And it's that simple. So Teresa was given instructions. We need to follow them. And it's easy for you to do. And people are receptive to the health show. They're receptive to the NHPPA. There's nothing objectionable about us wanting a regulatory environment where the question being asked is, how do we get good health outcomes?
Thank you for that, Shawn. I think with the length that we've been running tonight, do you want a unfiltered section or just jump right into Q&A?
Well, I think maybe if I just cut my unfiltered section down to about 90 minutes. No, I'm just kidding. I think we can pass it because we've had a wonderful evening. It's, we're well over our time already. And but wow, what a I don't know. I feel changed by tonight. It's just been wonderful.
It is, and I'm proud to announce that by a factor of at least 4, this is the biggest live stream we've ever done as far as concurrent viewers watching, and those numbers aren't even the full numbers. We'll have to see tomorrow what they are. So everyone has turned out in spades. We are.
Yeah. So ask you people who already aren't restreaming this that are watching, please restream it, and it will be posted again online. My word, there have been just some fantastic guests.
Well, and this is just the beginning, right? Like, we got to talk about, this is just the beginning. This isn't the finish line. This is the beginning.
Well, we have a whole new law that we're trying to get proposed so that we don't have to do this ever again. So, you know, the whole tour and visit to Ottawa was to officially begin the quest to get that done. So we still have a lot to go. And even here, the NHPPA show, this is only our 6th one. This format itself is brand new. So we got lots of room to grow and still a lot more to achieve.
Yeah, and to work things out, right? Like, so, because, you know, when you watch a new TV series and then they're in their 4th season and you go back and watch season 1, you go, are they ever clunky, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're brand new at this. You know, when this is the place that the world turns to for, you know, accurate commentary on our drug laws and health policy, they'll look back at these episodes and you'll go, I remember watching that.
And we'll be in our actual
your grandkids
control room. Yeah, we'll be in a real studio control room in a bunker in Alberta.
What, this isn't real? What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. I'm confused. I'm confused, Jason.
I'm not
you mean my paint shelves there aren't real? In my basement?
So great. We got a couple minutes left. If anybody wants to interject any questions, now is the time to hit it in chat. Otherwise, Shawn is going to talk for 90 minutes.
No, I won't talk for 90 minutes, but I will talk a little bit.
Yeah. How about you give us a closing discussion and call it a night after that?
So we're not going to have the feelings episode then?
Teresa, I guess you're just going to have to wait. So you'll have to wait till the next charter tour to be enclosed in a vehicle with me where you can't hide from the feelings discussions.
I told Teresa that I had an intro all set for her tonight, and I sent her the image in our chat, and it was called NHPPA Feelings.
Can you put that on the screen just so we know for next time?
Yeah.
And just so everyone knows, this is a joke. So
yes.
So, between Teresa and I.
Yes.
So, yeah, because she makes fun of me because I like to talk about feelings. So, okay.
Things happen
anyway,
when you decide to go across country.
Buckley Unfiltered here. Let's. I'll just give some closing remarks. It's, you know, we have just the craziest world right now, where, you know, like the themes come up a little bit this evening about medical doctors, and I don't care where anyone is on the COVID discussion, but they lost some freedom on their ability to practice. And we're moving more and more, and hospitals are moving more and more into these medical pathways. So literally, they're like little check sheets, and you're supposed to follow them, and that becomes the known scope of practice. And if you're going to be stepping out of the known scope of practice, then, you know, you better have a good reason, and you could be disciplined for it. And all of a sudden, these people that are supposed to be making professional decisions on a per patient basis, what do I, in my professional opinion, believe is the best for my patient, so are finding that they're not free to do that anymore, where we're really getting literally plug and play medicine, and where everything's becoming more unified, and where they can't step out. And that in itself is a dangerous precedent. I mean, it's no secret that I'm a huge critic of this whole chemical drug model and this allopathic medicine model. But I take no pleasure, and I think it's a dangerous precedent that here we have medical professionals that the state is slowly, ever so slowly, inch by inch, taking away their ability to make professional decisions where they actually are no longer free. They're losing their freedom to actually do what they believe is in your best interests when you're one-on-one with them as a patient. And they've already lost the ability to be honest with you on a one-on-one, to actually give you the information that they actually believe is truthful, that you need to hear, if it's information that goes against public health narrative, and they know they will be disciplined. So again, I don't care what you think about this health area or that health area or what we've just experienced in the past. It matters not where you are in that conversation. We all should be unified in being concerned about our doctors losing their ability, their freedom to make those decisions that they believe are best for us. And, some of those decisions are going to be the wrong decision, but by far overall, we are going to have better health outcomes if people trained to make health decisions for us are actually free to do what they believe are in the best interests of the individual patients. And, we've, as a country, as citizens of a country, we are finding that the ability for us to decide how we want to prevent illness and how we want to treat ourselves when we are sick is again being circumscribed in a very significant way. I invite everyone to watch MP Blaine Calkins, and we've got the link on our site. His introduction or his speech at second reading of Bill 224, he outlines many of these significant problems. And, where we're going, and again, I invite everyone to go to nhppa.org, watch the openings of the health show. There's probably about 16 or 17 different opening statements that I give, and I walk through different parts of our health policy, different issues, censorship, the allopathic model, the drug model, the fact that the only treatments that are approved to treat all but the most minor of health conditions, so let's just use the word serious health conditions, the only treatments that are approved ever in my lifetime, and I'm in my 7th decade, the only treatments that are approved are synthetic chemicals that had a patent when they were approved, with the exception of Primarin. Well, this is by design. Professor Alan Castles shared with us as a speaker at the health show, yes, our drug laws are there to protect intellectual property rights. I've been saying that for decades, publicly in lectures. Once you come to understand it, they're not there to get good health outcomes. Well, it's time for us to have a public discussion, an honest public discussion about our health policy, because no Canadian informed of the facts would agree to a healthcare system where the only treatments are surgery or synthetic chemicals that had a patent when they were approved. We don't get good health outcomes there. Why are we protecting intellectual property rights, patents, rather than people? And none of us would choose to have an allopathic model. And an allopathic model, it's just allopathic medicine is a specific philosophy of healing. And under that philosophy of healing, if somebody comes to you suffering, it's like, well, whatever you do, don't you dare treat, solve the condition. Don't you cure them. They've come to you, they're suffering for a reason. Don't address the reason, rather help them by trying to treat the symptoms of the condition. None of us would choose to have that as the sole healing tradition in our universal healthcare. That's the only healthcare system we have. We would choose other treatment modalities, other treatment philosophies where the focus is on solving the initial problem. But it explains why our doctors aren't trained in nutrition, because likely the leading cause of chronic illness is chronic malnutrition because of our food supply. And why aren't we having honest conversations about how the nutrients in our food? And the U.S. Department of Agriculture has been doing serious surveys since at least 1900, and they've documented that the nutrients in our food has long since decreased to the point where we're going to be chronically ill unless we're supplementing. And yet in Canada, it's illegal to supplement in the amounts we actually need to be healthy. It's like we're in this no-win game that we can't quit. And Health Canada's trying to take away our supplements and make them more expensive and less effective. Let's have an honest dialogue about that. That's what we're about the NHPPA. We just want health policy that asks, the sole question to be asked is, how do we get the best health outcomes? And likely that's going to be by taking the best from different treatment modalities and, having honest discussions, and certainly stopping the censorship. You will have watched today, and if you're late and missed it, we had some speakers today sharing their health stories. You need to understand that by and large, it is illegal for this information to be shared. You're going to be shocked. Like, anyone who has Crohn's disease should watch this show. And we'll put them in touch with Gail West. We'll put them in touch with Jen. These people would be glad to have an honest conversation with you. Why did, Jen, who spoke in Llyodminster, why did she have to suffer with Crohn's for 30 years? Why did Gail West have to have her small intestine taken out? Why did she have to suffer for years and years and years and years, and then both of them find complete restoration and healing? Why were both of them basically being told by the medical system that they're facing a wheelchair and colostomy bag and institution? Why does the mainstream medical system, why is that what they believe? Why is that what they've been trained? Because they're in an allopathic model. Why would they be trained in how to treat Crohn's? Because in allopathic medicine, in that treatment philosophy, you don't treat the reason that people are suffering from Crohn's. You try to address the symptoms. And in the case of Crohn's, they suck at it. So how many Canadians are suffering with Crohn's, not knowing that they don't have to suffer? And this is life and death. And this is good versus evil. And this is health versus sickness. Now, why these people with Crohn's don't know that they can find healing, these people that are suffering, is that it's illegal for those people who know. So it's illegal for the health practitioners who know and are healing people. It's illegal for them to share what they're doing. They will be shut down and destroyed by Health Canada. The companies that make the remedies that help solve this, it's illegal for them to share that information, or they will be shut down and destroyed by Health Canada. Because we have 100% censorship of truthful health information, except for the label claim approved by Health Canada. Watch the openings on the World's Greatest Health Show for more detail into this. How can it be that in Canada in 2025, we have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people, that we literally have millions of citizens suffering from what they believe are chronic illnesses, that they're being told by the medical system there's no cure? I mean, we're just using Crohn's as an example today, but you watch the health show and there's chronic illness after chronic illness after chronic illness, where ordinary Canadians are sharing with you their truthful stories of how they were suffering and being told by the medical establishment that it was a chronic illness, there are no cures, it's just going to get progressively worse, and the suffering is horrific that they describe, and then they find freedom in the natural health community. So there are millions of us suffering from chronic illnesses that we don't need to, but we're suffering because we can't be told. And that's why we're here. And that's why you need to participate. And that's why we must tell others to tell others. We can get out of this. We're right. We're telling the truth. And together we can do this. And we absolutely have to do this. I want to share another story that's just absolutely riveted me during this health show. And I'm sorry, when I was watching Gail West earlier tonight, I was finding it emotionally difficult to hear her story. And she was finding it emotionally difficult to tell her story. And Gail, thank you for sharing your story with us. And thank you for sharing that actually it's been difficult on you, that it's made you have to relive some of these things. And hopefully the other side of that will be freeing for you. But we actually have had several people come up to us who have shared their very personal health journeys during the health show, that they found it therapeutic. They found it helpful to share their stories, but we found it extremely difficult. And I want to share one of those with you, and that's Karen Peters, who shared with us in Grand Prairie. And I invite you to watch that video. I don't know if it's up yet. We're working on getting all of the stories that we can up. But Karen Peters shared with us in Grand Prairie that she was suffering with rheumatoid arthritis. And she described terrible suffering. Like she described it was like walking on golf balls, and her hands were like twice the size that they were supposed to be. She's suffering terribly. And her medical doctor shares with her that there is no cure. So the message is Karen, you're going to be suffering with rheumatoid arthritis for the rest of your life. And he shared with her that this is a progressive illness. You are going to get sicker and sicker and sicker. And Karen, you will end up in a wheelchair, and this will kill you. Now, again, there's no cure, Karen, but we will try and slow the progression of your disease with chemical drugs. And he puts her on a couple of chemical drugs. Listen carefully. One of the chemical drugs that the medical doctor put Karen Peters on to treat rheumatoid arthritis was methotrexate, which she explains to us as a chemotherapy drug. And she explains to us during her presentation that for a full year, she is injecting herself weekly with this chemotherapy drug. And for 3 or 4 days a week, she actually wished she was dead. She was suffering so much. I'm hearing her describe this in Grand Prairie when she's presenting it, and I don't know what to do with it. So our next stop is in Edmonton, which for us is home, and we've got 2 events in Edmonton, but we've got a little bit of time. So I'm now researching, and I discover, to my horror, well, it is common in Canada. It's probably common in other Western nations because we all follow these same protocols. It's common for us now to treat people with rheumatoid arthritis in Canada with chemotherapy drugs. Can you imagine that? Like, I don't know about you, but I've had these bad thoughts where, oh my gosh, if I was diagnosed with cancer, like, would I be on chemotherapy for 3 months? Would I be on chemotherapy for 6 months? Like, there'd be an end, and like, that's as frightening as can be. But now in Canada, a diagnosis with rheumatoid arthritis is a life sentence of chemo. We'll never take you off your chemotherapy drugs. You'll die of cancer because of them, and you'll die suffering horribly. Like, what on earth are we doing? Now, Karen Peters shares with us, well, after a year of this, a friend is saying, you can't be suffering like this, Karen. Like, you've got to go and see a naturopathic doctor. And Karen shares with us, oh no, I won't go see a naturopathic doctor because it's the medical doctors that are trained, which is part of our trap. You watch the world's greatest health show at NHPPA.org, and we have, traditional Chinese doctors, we have naturopathic doctors, we have homeopathic doctors, we have 2 medical doctors that became homeopathic doctors. They practice as both, like they practice as medical doctors for 40 years, but each of them is homeopathic doctors, likely for 30 years. And, spoiler alert, I asked both of them which tradition gets better outcomes. And like this is no contests. They help way more people with homeopathic medicine than with allopathic medicine. But we interviewed all of these different treatment modalities that the naturopathic doctors are more trained than the medical doctors. But anyway, Karen wouldn't see a naturopathic doctor because, it's the medical doctors that are trained. But then she finds a naturopathic doctor that had been a medical doctor. I don't know if he was still a medical doctor or not, but was a medical doctor and then became a naturopathic doctor. So she goes and sees this naturopathic doctor. This is the lady that's being injected weekly with chemotherapy drugs, wishing she was dead. She's so sick, as kind of a permanent treatment for rheumatoid arthritis. And so she goes and sees this naturopathic doctor, and the first thing she says to the naturopathic doctor is, I have a chronic I have an incurable illness. And the first thing the naturopathic doctor says to her is, there are no incurable illnesses. And then he cures her illness. He cures her of rheumatoid arthritis with natural remedies and nutrition, and she's not suffering, and she's not taking chemotherapy drugs. She's not taking any chemical drugs. She's not in pain. She's not facing a wheelchair. She's not facing death. Her life isn't a living hell. And the naturopathic doctor said to her, this methotrexate that you were on for sure would give you cancer if you stayed on it long enough. Now, again, I found out because I was so shocked by Karen Peters' story that I had to research it. And I, to my horror, found out this is what we're doing to people with rheumatoid arthritis. It's like legal torture, where we are putting them on chemotherapy drugs for the rest of their what will be short lives. Well, we're having this event on Parliament Hill on October 25th. We're there in person. We've got the Health Freedom Van on the Hill. Somehow we got permission to do that. We're delivering to MP Blaine Calkins the third largest paper petition in Canadian history. And I'm sharing Karen Peters' story on the Hill. I'm sharing her story. And now our event is done and we're packing up. And this lady comes up to me, Nelda. And Nelda, if you're watching, please contact us. I want to video your story. I want to document what you told me on the Hill. She comes up to me and she's weeping. This lady's coming up to me weeping. It's like, okay, time to be gentle here. And she shares with me, she says, I'm weeping because you shared my story. I had rheumatoid arthritis. They put me on methotrexate, the chemotherapy drug, except I got the cancer and they took my breasts. Okay, I'm now a little angry as a Canadian. I'm a little angry and I want to know, and Minister of Health, please tell us, please tell Canada how many Canadians diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis are being tortured weekly with chemotherapy drugs that are going to give them cancer, where they're actually wishing they were dead most of the week, where they're suffering terribly, where they're being told this is a chronic illness that can't be cured, and they're facing a wheelchair and death. But my God, their life's going to be living hell until then. Oh, maybe we will offer them MAID so that their suffering ends. How many of them are there? Because one is too much. One is too much for a civilized country. Help me out here. One is too much for a civilized country. Is there 10? Is there 1,000? Is there 50,000? Is there 500,000? How many are we torturing because they can't be told that they can be cured with nutrition and natural remedies? Minister of Health, please answer that question. That's why we're doing what we're doing. That's why we're here. I can tell you we have a new sense of urgency that we didn't have before the tour. I'm sorry I'm going on here, but I knew this was life and death when I got involved. I'll share that story. I feel compelled. I knew this was life and death before I got, before we did this health tour. I was counsel for True Hope. I invited the court to find that Health Canada killed people. I could, as a criminal lawyer, in my opinion, Health Canada murdered people on the True Hope file because they had so much information from psychiatrists and doctors and caregivers and Canadians who were only alive because of that vitamin mineral supplement, who the approved chemical patented drugs were a certain death sentence. They were all begging for their lives or begging for the lives of their patients. It was so clear that, in my opinion, Health Canada actually committed murder in that file. And the court found that Health Canada caused deaths. It was legally necessary, according to the court, for True Hope to defy Health Canada. Let me share the story of how I got involved, because I just got to drive home how this is life and death. I run into people and MPs and saying, well, we need regulations. We need people to prove to Health Canada that parsley's safe before we can allow it on the market, even though we didn't have to before, and they don't in the United States, and there's something legally, philosophically offensive and having to get government permission to have vital nutrients in the amounts that we need to survive, let alone to thrive as human beings. Anyone there, I can't agree with you. And we're not everyone, we all agree, let's protect against fraud, let's protect against adulteration. Let's, ensure, sanitary production and stuff. We all agree on the reasonable and necessary stuff. We don't agree in this other stuff. So how did I get involved in this? And then we'll bring everyone back in and end for the night, and apologize for keeping you so late. But back in 1994, there was a herbalist in Kamloops named Jim Strauss that Health Canada was trying to shut down. And they were trying to shut him down, not because he was saving people's lives, which he was, and I'll explain that in a moment. But remember I said you can't tell the truth. There has to be censorship. He was sharing the truth that he could cure heart disease. And you can't, it doesn't matter that it's truthful, you can't share it. So in an effort to shut him down, he was importing herbs from the United States, perfectly legal for anyone to import. And they seized the herbs. They instructed Canadian Border Services to seize his herbs. Now, when the government takes property from you that's you're legally entitled to own. And in law, we have a specialized term to describe that that you might not be familiar with. But in law, we call that theft. So Health Canada stole his property, and he's suing Health Canada for his property back. And the firm I'm at has the federal government contract, so files thrown at me. So now I'm acting for Health Canada defending Health Canada against this herbalist. I know nothing about this. I mean, I grew up in a family, if you got sick, you went to the medical doctor. I hadn't even heard of the word homeopathic doctor or naturopathic doctor, likely by, 1990. I knew nothing about this stuff. And Health Canada tells me, and I can tell you Health Canada waived solicitor-client privilege long ago, so I'm free to share this. They share with me then the lie, but this is what they shared with me to get me motivated to go and do what they needed me to do. That this guy was dangerous. They described him as a rogue herbalist. And they said, can you imagine this rogue herbalist is actually selling unapproved treatments? And I remember actually thinking, oh yeah, this is awful. Like, this rogue herbalist is selling unapproved treatments. Like, I mean, he's selling stuff Health Canada hasn't approved of. Like, my gosh, how outrageous. So I go to court for Health Canada. I'm ashamed today, just so you know, but I go to court for Health Canada against this herbalist who's just trying to get property the government has stolen from him back. And I have his case thrown out of court. He was in the wrong court. He's suing the federal government in a provincial small claims court. They don't have jurisdiction. I mean, it was an easy win. It was like shooting fish in a barrel. So I have this case thrown out of court, but just because I'm, acting for Health Canada doesn't mean I have to treat him poorly. So he and I, Jim Strauss and I, actually got along really well. And after I have his case thrown out of court, he takes me out for lunch, which speaks a lot about his character. And shortly after that, I leave that firm and I start my own firm. And in another effort to have him shut down, much like earlier in the show, we were talking about how in the last 2 months, the Quebec Court of Appeal upheld this conviction of naturopathic Dr. Annie Genot in Quebec for practicing medicine without a license. Well, back in, I don't know, it's 1995, 1996, Jim Strauss, in an effort to get him shut down, gets charged by the province of BC for practicing medicine without a license. And Jim hires me to defend him, and that's why Health Canada waived their privilege. I think they thought, well, maybe I can talk some sense into him. And so they waived their privilege. And why wouldn't they? I mean, there's no loss for them. So, except that I can share for you, with you what their perspective was. And I bought into it. I bought it hook, line, and sinker. I drank the Kool-Aid. Oh, no, this rogue herbalist is selling unapproved treatments. Well, now Jim Strauss hires me to defend him of practicing medicine without a license. And I look at the law, and the law creates this college of physicians and surgeons, and only doctors can be members. And it defines the practice of medicine. And it's so broad that it includes making treatment claims. And that it's the same in every province. So, I mean, this medical monopoly was created in every province, making all treatment modalities except the allopathic one illegal. So Jim Strauss is charged with practicing medicine without a license for making treatment claims. Well, he was claiming to cure heart disease. In fact, he could not shut up about it. And he drove around in a white van, no word of a lie, a white van, and the whole sides were covered with red letters saying, "We cure heart disease." He's dead in the water on the facts. He's absolutely dead in the water. It says only doctors can practice medicine. The practice of medicine includes making treatment claims. He's making treatment claims. He won't shut up about making treatment claims. So the only way I can defend him is actually attacking the law. Because back then, I mean, remember, this is 1995, 1996. The charter's pretty new. It's only like 12, 13 years old. Freedom of expression, I mean, the case law was 100% on our side. 100% on our side. And so I was applying to court to strike down the legislation charging him, saying it violates our right to freedom of expression. But I had a narrative problem, and I'll explain that in a second. But first of all, I want to explain to you why Jim Strauss was passionate about claiming to cure heart disease. So Jim Strauss was an old man. He flew for the German Air Force in World War II, just so you can date him. Now, he was from Austria originally, and his family had been traditional healers in Austria for 400 years. And he was trained by his family. His grandparents literally dragged him out into the forest every other day, picking herbs, tasting herbs, learning the family business. And he had no interest at all. He could care less. He could care less. He got a PhD in electrical engineering. He's working as an electrical engineer for BC Hydro. He has a heart attack. He's rushed by an ambulance to the hospital. They do an angiogram. Oh, Jim, you've got one artery 100% blocked and another artery 80% blocked. Guess what, Jim? You need a double bypass surgery if you're going to live. I don't know. Maybe it's the sawing of the rib cage and the moving it back and ribs breaking. I don't know what part of a double bypass open heart surgery Jim didn't like, but he didn't like that idea. So he checked himself out of the hospital. He made his heart drops. He cured himself. He cured himself of heart disease. He needed a double bypass surgery to live, according to the medical system. He lived another 30 years, never had a bypass surgery, and didn't die of a heart attack. He died of old age in an old folks home. He was transformed by escaping death and curing himself. So he decided, okay, I got to go in the family business after all. He starts practicing as a herbalist, and he's sharing with the world the freedom that he found. Hey, you can be cured of heart disease. I can help you. I can cure you. So I just wanted you to understand why he could not stop telling the truth that he cured heart disease. So back to the problem. I had a narrative problem. I'm attacking the law for violating freedom of expression, but I have a narrative problem. Case law is 100% on my side. I can throw the case law at the judge. I can just throw case after case and be pummeling. The judge would be defending himself. Okay, Mr. Buckley, the law's on your side. But I got a narrative problem, and here's the narrative problem. Put yourself in the judge's shoes. You know you should strike down that law, which will permit the herbalists, the rogue herbalists, if you accept Health Canada's narrative, like, you know the law's on his side, but he's a rogue herbalist. And people could die because it's clearly snake oil. That's presumed by Health Canada. It's clearly snake oil. He's a rogue herbalist. And if people delay getting proper treatment, meaning the bypass surgeries, they could die. Or they could have a heart attack and their heart's damaged, so now they're disabled. Judge, lives are at stake here if you accept Health Canada's narrative. So you see the problem I have. The law's on my side, but if I'm the judge and I accept Health Canada's narrative, if you're the judge and you accept Health Canada's narrative, there's no way. You're going to do legal backflips. You're going to do everything you can not to find in our favor, even though this case law the defense has pummeled you with tells you you should. So I've got to solve this narrative problem. And I'm telling you, this is how I came to understand this is life and death. This is why I'm telling you this story. This was my road to Damascus conversion experience. So I go to Jim's shop and I explain the problem to him. I said, Jim, like, we've got a narrative problem here, because the judge is going to believe that, you know, if he sides with us, he or she sides with us, that people could die. Like, is there any way, Jim, we can show that you're telling the truth? I mean, I'm having this conversation with him in his little herb shop called Natural Way Herbs on Tranquil Road in Kamloops. And like, yes, Jim, I'll let you tell your story, but it's self-serving and it's just one story. And he thinks for a minute, and then he goes into the back and he brings me out a box. And he goes into the back and he brings me out another box. And he goes in the back and he brings me out another box. Now, I don't remember now, because this is like 30 years ago, if it was 3 or 5 boxes. It was either 3 or 5 boxes. I'm sorry, I can't be more specific now. I take the boxes back to my office. They are filled with letters. So we've got like tens of thousands of letters here that people felt compelled to write him. And I read them, going through these letters. And they might as well have been carbon copies. They weren't. Each one was a separate letter from a separate person, but they were all the same. Jim, I had heart disease. I had heart disease. I was sick. I was dying. I took your heart drops. I got well. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Those letters are of zero use to me in court. That is pure hearsay. I can't enter a single one. But I can call the authors of those letters, put them on the stand, have them swear to tell the truth, and then tell the truth. And that viva voce evidence from a live witness telling their personal story is actually the highest level of evidence in court. Gets me around the hearsay problem. So I start calling these people. On the day of trial, I had 5 middle-class professional witnesses. And it's just I could cherry pick, and the judge is a middle-class professional. So I've got the judge's people there to talk to the judge. I've got middle-class professionals. Listen to this. Every single one of those witnesses had heart disease. Every single one of those witnesses had at least one open heart bypass surgery. One had had 2. One of them, Doug Henderson, CBC even filmed it. It was part of a documentary, his open heart bypass surgery. All of those witnesses continued to have heart disease because the reasons their arteries were plugging up had not been addressed by the medical system. All of them then according to the medical system, needed another bypass surgery to survive. A couple of them were too weak to survive the open heart bypass surgery, so the doctor sent them home to die. It's like, well, ethically, we can't do a surgery on you when the surgery is going to kill you, so it's not an option. Go home and die. There's nothing we can do. And the others, the surgery had been so invasive and so painful and so difficult to get over, they weren't willing to do it again just to buy another year or two. Like, clearly the clock's ticking out. It's the 11th hour here, and I'm not willing to spend my last hour recovering from open heart bypass surgery. So for them, the medical system was a dead end. It's the dead man walking, according to the medical system. They all come across the heart drops, usually through naturopathic doctors. They all get well. They're all working full-time at trial. Listen to this again. They had all been disabled, most of them for like a decade or more. Like, these were people that were seriously sick and disabled. They're all working full-time at trial, and you can't fake that. So I had to come to the understanding when I was acting for Health Canada against this guy, the rogue herbalist. Isn't this dangerous? He's selling unapproved treatments. Maybe people will delay getting proper treatment. I believed it. But now that I had prepared for this trial, now that I'd read all these letters, now that I'd spoken to people, I could have given you the names, addresses, and phone numbers of thousands and thousands of people that were only alive because of this single natural remedy. And I had to face the reality. No, the danger wasn't this rogue herbalist. The danger wasn't allowing this product on the market. We weren't going to be safer taking it away. The danger was Health Canada. The danger was trying to take this product away from Canadians who were only alive because of this product. And I had to do a paradigm shift. Because the whole establishment, the whole media is telling us, no, chemical drugs, medical doctors. And I had to come to realize there's these whole other healing traditions. And so I learned right out of the gate. My very first person that I had to interact with as a lawyer concerning natural health products, I came to learn this was life and death. And then I've already shared with you the True Hope file. It was only a couple of years later, I'm in court as True Hope's lawyer. And I was basically leading evidence after evidence after evidence, making it crystal clear to the court and inviting the court to find as a fact. And nobody reading the transcripts and nobody reading the documentary evidence can come to any conclusion other than Health Canada caused the death of a number of Canadians by restricting access for a short period of time to a vitamin and mineral supplement that people with serious mental health conditions were relying on for their very lives. They were only alive because of that product. The approved legal chemical drugs had failed them. One of my witnesses was Ron Lachenesse. He had been the Deputy Minister of Health in Alberta. He had set up all Alberta's mental health programs. He's written on it, extensive lecture, heavy hitter in the mental health field. He was the president of the Canadian Mental Health Association at the time in Alberta. I called him as a witness where he explained that every time there was a death caused by Health Canada of a Canadian Mental Health Association member, because they couldn't get Empower Plus anymore, he would hold a press conference to shame the Minister of Health into allowing this product onto the market. So we're talking here life and death. The court acquitted True Hope, finding it was legally necessary for them to defy Health Canada. True Hope cannot share with you truthful health information to save your lives. You know what, the world's greatest health show that we just had, and you can watch it, Professor Alan Castles, as one of the speakers, shared with us that the third leading cause of death in Canada are the antidepressant drugs themselves. I shared in an opening from Angie Marcel, the editor of the New England Journal of Medicine, talking about these psychiatric drugs. True Hope. There are at least 30 published peer-reviewed journal articles, all funded by government, on Empower Plus. It is illegal for them to share them with you. I live in Alberta. The Alberta government coughed up a large sum of money to run a double-blind clinical trial at Children's Hospital in Calgary, run by the Behavioral Research Unit, a branch of the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Calgary. It's illegal for True Hope to share with you the results of that research. Government-funded research, because Health Canada censors us. I had Dr. Charles Popper. I had to subpoena him to get him to come from Harvard University and Hospital. He is a leading psychiatrist. He's the founding editor of the Journal of Child and Adolescent Psychopharmacology. He explained to us that Empower Plus destroyed his practice because people got well. People that were chronically ill got well. I asked him under oath, Dr. Popper, if you got bipolar disorder, what would you do? Would you take Empower Plus or the chemical synthetic drugs that you're an expert on, Mr. Journal Editor of the Journal of Child and Adolescent Psychopharmacology? The Crown didn't object. It was a totally inappropriate question. And the judge stops Dr. Popper from answering and says to the Crown, Mr. Brown, are you going to object? And the Crown, Mr. Brown, says something like, no, I actually want to hear the answer. And the judge says, I do too. And then Mr. Popper, Mr. Psychiatric Drug Expert, sat there. He might have sat there for 15 minutes thinking on the stand. It was an uncomfortably long time for him to answer the question, if you got bipolar disorder, would you take this vitamin and mineral supplement that Health Canada is attacking and is saying is crap? Or would you take these chemical psychiatric drugs that you're a leading expert on? And after sitting there for about 15 minutes of silence, he said, I would take Empower Plus. Because if it works, it's a complete resolution without any side effects, without the mental fogging. He said to the court, he says, you know, the patients that I've transitioned onto Empower Plus, 100% of them have come back to me and explained to me how much of a mental fog they were in under the psychiatric drugs. He says, we are grossly underestimating the effect that these psychiatric drugs are having on people and their ability to think clearly. Basically how they're suffering under these drugs. And he made it clear in his testimony, and there are transcripts of all of this where under oath he basically explains this is a life and death issue. You take Empower Plus away and it's clear people would die. We're talking about life and death, but because of Health Canada censorship, and because they've recently increased the fines for companies like True Hope, for naturopathic doctors and the like, from $5,000 to $5 million a day, those studies are no longer available to you. And people are scared to share. We had person after person after person who would not share their stories. Practitioners, natural remedy companies that would not share the truth with you because they told us outright we're afraid. We had health food stores that say we will not associate with you because we're afraid that Health Canada will come and attack you. We're really proud of what you're doing. We support what you're doing, but we can't be publicly associated with you in any way. We can't help you in any way because we're afraid of being shut down. That's where we are in Canada in 2025. It's like, and we're just at that point where we're completely losing the ability to share truthful health information with you. We need everyone to support this Bill 224, which will take these penalties away and move us back out of the chemical drug therapeutic product category like with thalidomide or Vioxx or some dangerous narcotic drug. The penalties aren't so high. We're talking about vital nutrients like vitamin D and most natural health products are just nutrients that you need to be healthy. So Canada, it's time to wake up. Thank you for joining us on this Giving Tuesday. Thank you for sharing with us. We'll bring everyone else back on and just, collectively thank you and maybe say our parting words. But we're just honored that you would share this afternoon and early evening with us. We're just here to do it together, and I know everyone's just honored to have you on board.
Thank you, Shawn. That was that took the wave out my hair. We have this has been an epic broadcast. This is by far NHPPA's most successful live stream. I want to let you know and thank everyone that's watching on all platforms for participating. I think this has been an amazing show. We are 70% on our goal to 5,000. So as this gets rebroadcast, everyone know a lot of you joined late. We're over 1,000 concurrent viewers right now, which is really amazing. And some of you joined late. This will all be reposted. It'll be available on Rumble, YouTube, X accounts, Shawn's X account as well. For reviewing in the live section, but it will also be uploaded just as a normal video to our video platforms as well, and will be uploaded in audio format to NHPPA Podcast, which is available on all podcasting platforms from Spotify to Apple and Podbean as well. So this will all be up for you to catch up with what happened, the amazing guests that we had tonight, the amazing memories of 5 hours and 20 minutes tonight. You guys are going to teach us a heck of a lesson. Maybe we should be doing 5-hour shows every time. What we're going to do from here is we promised slideshows for $50 donations.
Oh yes, let's watch those.
So we're going to go out with some slideshows, maybe a quick goodbye, and then that will be it. So we have to watch a few of these. Sorry, everyone, but
sorry. I'm looking forward to them. So don't say that. Everyone here is a volunteer, except for the country they live in.
All right. Nutter's Everyday Naturals in Kamloops. An amazing show. And each of these are available to rewatch. Go to our website and the Health Charter Tour, and you can watch these days all over again. And we're currently in the process of slicing these all up into little bitty chunks so you can watch each event, each opening, each speaker, and will be available on a new page very soon. It's just a lot of work. Bear with us. Moving on. And that was Edmonton. Is that where the van started her reign as the trailer queen?
Yes.
Well, it would have been leaving there. So
Yeah.
leaving Edmonton, yeah.
Yeah, right.
It wasn't safe to drive at highway speeds.
Yep. Yeah, but the dedication of still taking it across the country like that.
But if there's anyone in the Edmonton area who is a mechanic with expertise in old Volkswagen vans and thinks they can have a good go at the steering, we would be very pleased to let you have a run at it.
That'd be the ultimate donation.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're going to look at Barrie, which is a nice long one, a couple minutes, and then we'll call it a night after that. Thank you, everyone. All right, and Barrie, which, if memory serves, won the Battle of Ontario with the most tickets sold and the greatest attendance out of any of the shows, I do believe.
And it also won the award for
I think Winnipeg had the biggest attendance, though. Like, just maybe people were less concerned about.
It's a different count on the ground. Barrie, they were in a battle for the most tickets sold. Winnipeg might have been the biggest venue.
But Barrie won the award for Teresa forgetting her phone in Collingwood and having her friend Rodney
Palmer
deliver the phone.
So we drive from we have breakfast with Rodney Palmer, and we drive up to Barrie, and we're close to when it's going to start, and we can't find the cell phone that broadcasts, and it's like, oh no, did we leave it at Rodney's? And yes, we did. And so he had to drive up. He might have broken the Odd Motor Vehicle Act section to get there in time, but he got it there in time. But there were a few nervous moments for us.
That was something else, because I mean the whole show depended on that phone. The phone was what was making the live broadcasts, and we were back at NHPPA HQ getting messages that can't find the phone. I think it fell out the van. And
well, we did have that worry because we had a door open swing on the van. We didn't know it was open. We're driving down the highway and someone flags us down and says, you know, your door's open. So there was that possibility that we had actually lost it. But thankfully, we hadn't. So it's just another campfire story from the tour.
Yeah, and just another way that Rodney Palmer is protecting Canadian media.
That's just another another example of Rodney Palmer stepping up.
He's such a solid fellow. I just love Rodney. So
yeah, my favorite from the NCIs, I would think, his couple of presentations were just mind-altering.
Pretty powerful. He was the very first witness in Toronto, day one of the NCI, and it's life-changing for anyone who wants to watch that testimony. It's powerful. In fact, when he was still a senator, Senator Kennedy picked that up and reposted it, and I think it got 3 million views.
Right.
It was good because he framed it in a way. He framed, and actually that's good homework, because I'm sure it's another puzzle piece for what we experience here, perhaps.
For the uninitiated, Rodney Palmer is an ex-journalist, producer, so he took apart the media narratives surrounding events there in the 2020, 2021 as only a trained newsman could. And really eye-opening stuff. It's such a professional presentation.
It's appropriate. I mean, the NHPPA is going to be putting out in the next couple of weeks, video and discussion paper and posts on how we're in a manufactured consent exercise right now on the cloned meat issue. And so understanding media censorship is, is pretty relevant to actually what we're going to be just jumping into next.
Absolutely.
Exactly. So everyone's got a little heads up of what's coming down the pipeline next. Discussion on the whole cloned meat thing.
A different discussion than you've seen anywhere else, we'll tell you that.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we're ready to wrap up. Can we actually admit it at 5.5 hours? As a quick tease, for the next NHPPA show, we still have tons of these slideshows and little video clips left because we didn't need to use them all. If we get our goal by next show, so approximately a month from now, we'll play the Ottawa slideshow, which is, of course, very exciting. That's all you get. That'll include the private tour of the House of Commons and the press conference and that kind of stuff. So
I think
let's hit our goal.
We also, we need support because there's that other campaign we haven't put together yet, but people who follow the NHPPA will have seen our own Eric Clegg sitting in the speaker's chair in the House of Commons. And my recollection is we appointed him as the new speaker. But when I watch the House of Commons now, there's some false speaker there. And we might have to run a campaign to get the proper speaker of the House of Commons, Mr. Clegg, doing his job. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Are you muted, Teresa?
Yeah, that was...
Maybe
that was
another petition. Sorry, another petition.
So we'll get the forms ready, Jason?
We will. I had everything sorted out here. 1 second. Yeah, I think we need to make this a new petition for sure, a new action. And I liked Carney's seat myself. I sat in Carney's seat. I kind of liked it. There we go. Sorry, guys. Almost there.
He's just pulling up the picture of the speaker. Isn't that a great
Oh.
There you go. In my rightful place, eh?
picture? You look very comfortable. So
Yeah.
You do. You look awesome. You look awesome.
Cozy chair. It was nice.
Oh, comfy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like Carney's chair. So petition to get you in that seat, and I'll take Carney's seat.
Okay.
there we go. Well, on behalf of the NHPPA, I just want to thank everyone for joining us. Thank everyone for restreaming this. We have, I'm looking at the count, 1,040 people are on watching this, which is pretty cool. And, it's all about getting the word out. So really feel honored to be with you. Hopefully you had some fun. I know we did. And watch for this new cloned meat narrative that will be much different, surprise, surprise, than you've seen in the mainstream media.
Thank you all and good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.